Hello. Yay. This is my first time streaming in like a month. I'm already coughing. Yep, I took a week off as kind of like a vacation, and then I decided to extend it a week because I got like nothing productive done. It's like the second week was going to be a productive week where I get stuff done, and then I got sick. So that was fun. My voice is a little weak compared to what it normally is, but it's mostly probably just because I haven't talked that much in the last month. It'll get better. Also, I still have a cough. I'm doing my best to suppress it. Kind of have that slight, like, constant tingling in the throat going on. There it is. But, so, back with 14. 1 second.
Glad to have you on the team.
Oh, hi, stranger. Welcome back.
Yep, it works. Yay! I finally gave Ninja a custom command because I figured I had to do it. I switched to a different program that controls like the channel point stuff and the sound effects for him and stuff like that. So I figured I had to get it to work. Yay! Oh, hello, Remnant. So yeah, I'm doing 14 again. The funny thing is, we're almost ready for break time in 14. My plan is to get to the end of A Realm Reborn, which is like the starting part of the game, and then get to the beginning of the first expansion, unlock a class, do the starting missions for that class, and then stop. Because after this, we're playing some Pokemon. We're going to be playing through Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, Pokemon Shield. We're working on a living dex, meaning I need one of every Pokemon that exists, basically. And then just in time for Pokemon Gen 9 to come out. Scarlet and Violet. I believe I'm getting Violet. Yeah. That has the more sci-fi looking professor and legendary, so that's the one I'm going with. Oh, I also decided to have my healer class be Sage instead of Astrologist. They both work for the lore of my character. Also, I can get Sage right now if I wanted to. If I don't want to do Astro, mainly because it's a little more complicated class, and I haven't healed in such a long time. Also, I would have to unlock Astro and Machinist at the same time, and doing two new classes back-to-back can be a little tedious, so both do and watch. So we'll unlock Sage either today or Thursday, and then unlock Machinist whenever we get to it. Also tomorrow, I decided to stop streaming Alpha Protocol. I only streamed it once, and then I didn't stream for a month. I can always go back and play it later. Didn't get very far. I'm actually going to start Hollow Knight. That was the game chosen by Jay for me to stream. From last year's anniversary subathon. And I'm just getting to it. Yeah, we'll play that some. After that, I'm not entirely sure yet. We'll see. I have two ideas. See which one I'm feeling like. Speaking of that, I am doing the subathon once again for this month. Mostly for the anniversary week, but it runs the whole month just as a bonus. So we can reach some goals. It does work a little different this year. I don't mind it. The normal version the last couple of years was gift subs were on sale. Cool. That's good for like random viewers and the streamer. This year, it's all about personal subs, which is better for viewers that sub to a lot of channels. Meaning if you sub for 3 or 6 months at a time, this month you save money. I already did it for several channels. Like for several channels that I was like, I'm definitely going to let the recurring sub go for 6 months at least. You know, for longer. So I extended it to 6 months, and I basically got like 2 months free. It costs like $20 instead of 30. And I will count those towards the subathon. Since gift subs aren't, you know, I don't ever expect subs anyway, but just saying gift subs are not on sale, so even less so now. Unfortunately. Because those are fun. But just let me know. I don't think it tells me if you do it until it re-ups sometime this month. But just let me know, and I will add it to the counter. And since I'm talking about this, I always feel awkward talking about subathons. Little less so this year. Just because it's like a personal subscriber thing. You get to save money. And help me reach some goals I may or may not want to do. So where did I put that in here? Let's see. There it is. Looks a little weird because it has the same background and avatar. But these are my goals. I honestly don't expect any of them to be met, but they're bonuses. The yellow numbered ones give a bonus goal to the Pokemon Living Dex, and the blue ones give a bonus to the stream itself. Those are for 3 community channel point goals I have in mind that we can work towards. One of them is recurring. Once it's met, I'll turn it back on. I'm not going to say what they are yet, though. They're just like bonuses on top of bonuses. But we have, what do we got on here? We got tier list stream, Dishonored 2 stream, like full stealth build. Yay, I'm terrible at stealth. Since I'm not using the webcam, at least for a while, I'm kind of limited to what I could do. I couldn't do like cosplay stream because you can't see me. So, like a laid back Minecraft stream, Overwatch stream because I suck at it. That'd be kind of fun to see how bad I am at shooters now. Renegade Chug channel point redeem is at the end of the stream. If I still have any Renegade tea left, I have to drink it all. If it was redeemed at some point during that stream that night. That's fun. Outlast stream on Halloween. Okay. Super Meat Boy stream. A super aggravating game that'll be fun to play. ME2 randomized Insane Run. This one's interesting. For the anniversary week, I'm doing a randomized playthrough of 2. It is just like a visual randomizer. I'm putting it on casual difficulty, and we're just going to have fun for 3 days playing through it, looking at all the wonky stuff that, has been randomized. This uses the combat randomizer settings. Enemies have random weapons and abilities. You can run into a mech that has a black hole gun and, like, warp or something, or biotic charge. I think they can have that. It also makes the suicide mission at the end very difficult in some way. I don't know how. It just says it does. Also, it randomizes the classes. You could have a class that has multiple abilities that only are supposed to be on one class. So, that could be fun. Getting Over It stream. If anyone doesn't know what that is, look it up. Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, I think that's what it's called. It is torture. 75 is for a 24-hour stream that is decided by poll. Basically, I'm going to have like 2 or 3 hour blocks, and people will get to decide what I play for those blocks. And the last, but certainly not least, a Dark Souls 2 bean run. I will purchase more Bean Boozled beans, also the spicy ones. For every death, I have to eat a Bean Boozled bean, and for every 5 deaths, I have to eat one of the spicy ones. This will be safe for after I'm off keto, because that's a lot of sugar. And then we have the stuff on the side. Every 5 subs that count, which is pretty much everything, I will do a giveaway of a code. I do have the wheel here to spin. So I got some stuff on there. It's impossible to read because there's so much stuff on it. But got a bunch of random games. I have 3 Lego bundles. One of them has like superhero games. One of them has regular Lego games. One of them has, I think, Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings. Stuff like that. Then we have a crocheted blitz ball. This is going to be given away. Everyone who does basically anything for the subathon will be entered for it. And I'll be drawing for it on Sunday that week. And just like last year, the top 3 contributors get to pick one of these 3 things. Help design an emote, help create a custom channel point, redeem, or command, and pick a game I get to stream all the way through. That's all that fun stuff. Like I said, it's just bonuses. I'll be honest. I should not say this. But I'm going to. most of the ideas on that thing on the board, I would probably want to do anyway, regardless if the goal is met. It just might be a long time until I get to it, or I might tweak it. Like, I might play Dark Souls 2 at some point if the goal isn't met, but I probably won't do the bean thing. So it's like, I'll still probably do some of the stuff on that list, just maybe not with extra stuff added on. Also, I'll never play Getting Over It unless that goal is met. So I'm staying away from that game. All right. So, let's start things off with some streamer luck. One scratch ticket, please. Well, it's impossible to get the jackpot. What does this give me? 17, 20, 24. No, it's 23. Yeah. That's good. Take that. So actually, it took me a while to realize in this little mini game for golden saucer points, you don't always want the highest number. Look at the payout. Somehow I just didn't pay attention to it. Certain numbers are harder to hit. It's like dice rolls. Certain dice rolls are easier to hit because they have more combinations of numbers that add up to them, like the ones in the middle. The ones on the ends are a little harder to hit. Also impossible to get the jackpot because you need a 1, 2, and 3. And that's impossible. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Could be a 12 or a 15 that way. Still not great, though. None of these are good options. This could be 8 or 9. Nope. It's Candy. Hello. Welcome to my first stream in a month. But yeah, like I mentioned before, I still have the cough. I'm trying my best to, like, not destroy people's ears. What we got here? That's 20. That's not a lot. This could be 1, 2, and 3. I'm just gonna go for it. Nope. All right. Well, that's it for that. So do you not recommend COVID? 1 out of 10. That is my review. 1 out of 10, because I can't do 0. Normally in those kind of reviews, I don't think you can do 0. So I give it a 1. Went to the wrong place. I did not have a booster. I was vaccinated, but I did not have a booster, which apparently makes it even more fun. I actually knew someone while I had COVID who got COVID. And in the time that I was sick, they had it and got better. And they had it for like 3 days because they had 2 boosters and I didn't have any. Like, oh, this seems a little unfair, but I don't know, I guess it's my fault, I guess, for not getting one. Also, I'm on keto, which made it unnecessarily more annoying and worse because I couldn't take certain things. Like, all I wanted to do was take NyQuil and pass out. I can't. I took no sugar Robitussin, but it doesn't make you drowsy. So, couldn't sleep that well. Also, I've been using cough drops that have no sugar in them, but they gave them a artificial sweetener kind of thing, like a sugar alcohol artificial sweetener, basically. And unfortunately, for my stomach, the artificial sweetener / sugar alcohol these things use is the same as sugar-free gum. If anyone isn't aware, I forget what it's called. Sugar-free gum, it doubles as a laxative in larger quantities.
Glad to have you on the team.
Yeah.
Wesest Kippo knife, Wesest Kippo knife, Wesest Kippo knife, glad to have more Wes. Wesest Kippo knife, Wesest Kippo knife, Wesest Kippo knife.
Kupo knife. Yay. Also, Remnant and Ninja, thank you for resubbing. Yay. No. Ow. You know what makes a cough worse? Headache. Let's see if I actually won the jackpot on Saturday. I didn't check the numbers. Consolation prize. Consolation prize. Consolation prize. Ah, it's okay. It's all right. Participation trophy. Yay. Let's get our tickets for the week. So, I usually do these numbers. It's... I'm in a random. And before anyone's like, maybe he's dumb enough to use his PIN number or something. The first number was the first year I started streaming, 2019. The second number was my birthday, 2886, which is already known anyway because I have birthday streams. And people know how old I am. At least some people do. Yeah, speaking of that, I went to the dentist for the first time in like 2.5 years, not too long ago. It was not a fun visit. It hurt. But the funny thing is, they actually gave me a new appointment. It was like, yeah, I'm not gonna wait again. Like, I'll just do my new appointment 6 months from now. And then that night I went to bed, and I woke up in the morning and I was like, they didn't tell me what day my appointment was. My dentist appointment was like first week of August. It was like August 3rd. I was like, what are the chances it's going to be on my birthday? What are the chances the random day they picked for my appointment about 6 months from now is going to be on my birthday? And just like a dream, I opened my wallet and looked. It's my birthday. It's like I somehow knew. It's like I woke up and I had a dream that it was my birthday, and then it was real. I'm not going to reschedule it though. It's on a Wednesday. I don't stream on Wednesdays, so not a big deal. I get a teeth cleaning for my birthday. $12 years. I mean, as long as you keep decent care of your teeth. Everyone has different teeth, though. Unfortunately for me, I had no cavities, but my gum line wasn't great. Just after 2.5 years of not having it cleaned, I had a bit of a, like they said, I had like a slight infection, which they proceeded to scrape out of my mouth. So basically, I do cleanings apparently more for my gum line than my actual teeth. I think my teeth were in pretty good shape after 2.5 years of no cleaning. Personally, I should have asked him. I wanted to ask him and like, hey, just on a scale of like when it's like, how are my teeth? Knowing that it's been 2.5 years, like, did they look decent for that? Did they? What do you think? All right, it is time for some story. We are going to basically beeline the story. I know I haven't streamed this in a month, but we're almost to break time for this game. Because I have to start Pokemon. I need to get a bunch of Pokemon stuff done. I mean, I want to do it. It's not like it's a chore, but it will require time. So I need to get to it, which I won't do until after we beat this part of the game. So, the antecedent bid me tell you to make for Vesper Bay, where young Alphinaud, or Alphino, awaits your coming most eagerly. It was he who requested your assistance. Some commotion or incident, I am not privy to the details. While you do whatever it is that Alphinaud has planned for you, I shall endeavor to track down our traitorous Brass Blade, and when I do, you may rest assured that we will have our answers. I'll be honest, I don't remember what's happening in the story. Been a little while. What am I doing here? Yeah, it doesn't tell me much, does it? Well, we'll figure it out as we go. Oh, we're already here. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I hate when dentists do that. I hate it. Look, we are grown adults. We're not children. You don't have to do the whole child thing where it's like, if you don't brush your teeth will look like this. Let me get out the big book of... Well, that's from The Simpsons, which I think is a little stereotypical, a little mean. Because on The Simpsons, it's called the Big Book of British Smiles. I'm sure there are plenty of British people that have better teeth than me. So... Also, I'm pretty sure that's a thing where, like, teeth don't have to be super white to be healthy. Like, teeth could be, like, off-white, even, different, they're fine, as long as they're healthy. In the US, we have a thing where a lot of people like to bleach their teeth to get them, like, super white and blinding. If that's their thing, alright, doesn't hurt them. I'm not gonna do that, so... You are late. No matter. I know where our visitors are headed. From what I have been able to gather, this vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Sultana. You're familiar with Doma, yes? In Othard? Not really. Well, like the rest of the nations of the Eastern Continent, it is ruled by the Garlean Empire. Given our visitors an unannounced arrival, as well as the state of their ship, I suspect they do not leave their homeland under the best circumstances. Needless to say, I should be very interested to hear their tale, and more importantly, what they know of the current state of affairs in the Empire. Such information could prove most useful. So, these people are from Empire-controlled land. We just kind of beat the Empire up a little bit. Maybe they're allies. Maybe they left because they hate the Empire. We'd be fools not to pursue this opportunity, do you not think? Come with me to Ul'dah, Kinnison. Unless I am mistaken, and I am rarely mistaken, we will find the Domans bickering with the Sultan Sword on the Royal Promenade. You are uncertain of your role in this proceedings? Insurance. If our guests are not themselves Imperial agents, it seems fair to assume they may be pursued by some. And if not, who better than to have on hand in the event of an unforeseen diplomatic incident? Besides, I do so enjoy your sparkling repartee. Satisfied? Good. I'm the muscle. Man, if you're relying on bringing a bard for muscle, you are desperate or have no other friends. Can relate to that last one. Time to go forward and back. Wait, why am I doing this? I can just teleport. Oh boy. I forget what mission that is, but it's not the main one, so we're going to ignore that for now. Forward, then back, and then I moved. Oh yeah. Also, I decided that for the next 4 weeks, I'm going to try to be a little more healthier. Hello, pew, 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 pew. Yeah. You better be a machinist. You are not. Maybe they made machinist and there's something else right now. Oh yeah, I can just teleport. I do this every time here. Promenade. 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 There it is. Hey. Anyway, this week, my starting goal is to drink more water. And I gave it a number. I am going to drink 6 bottles of water a day. How many have I drank today? None. So here, let me drink some real quick. So, that is my first goal for the first week. Obviously, I'm going to continue it. It's just like every week I introduce something new. This week, 6 bottles of water. Next week, I'm also doing better food this week. I'm on keto, but I haven't really lost any weight. on keto. I think it's because I've been lazy and I'm eating stuff I shouldn't be eating, even though it's no carbs. So I'm kind of doing better with like the water and the drinking. Next week, I am going... What was I going to do next week? Actually, I think food was going to be next week. Whatever, either way. Then I was going to do... start my couch to 5K again. I'm also going to start my Ring Fit. I have Ring Fit on Switch. I just never really used it that much. Obviously not as good as a gym, but it's better than me doing nothing. Oh, I forgot the tea. Hold on. It's in my fridge. Okay. Speed run Ring Fit. You can't really speed run it. Also, I can't stream it. Because how would I talk? Because you have to be like, you have to have like a decent area to move around. So anytime I was doing anything, I wouldn't be able to say anything. If I ever do a Ring Fit stream, it would have to be a no commentary stream. It would just be me doing Ring Fit. So it's like, Could always do it on Discord. Like, that'd be interesting. Hey, if anyone else has Ring Fit, we can have a Ring Fit party in Discord. It matters not how many times you ask. Without the necessary permissions, none shall pass. Also, I didn't actually drink the tea. Oh. I made it today, so. Pray understand, good sir, we have not the leisure to lodge a formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask is that you summon your superior. Allow me to plead my case. Surely you can grant us that small kindness. I'd like to speak to your manager. Away with you and darken these doors no longer. I will not ask again. Ooh. You know not what you do. I gather your pleas fell upon deaf ears. More like dumb ears. A local man with a cold heart. I know his kind well. I hope that you will find me more to your liking. How do you pronounce your last name? Alphina Levier. At your service. A friend. Man, I have been told that in the Heavensward expansion, that area of the game, everyone has a French accent. That's going to be fun to read because out of all the accents that are like, you know, well, like accents with English, French is one of my worst ones. In pronunciation and just reading it. Which I believe makes me very nearly unique, in this part of the world at least. Few indeed are your allies in Ul'dah, yet you will need some if you wish to endear yourself to the wealthy and powerful. Pray join me and my associate at the Quicksand. There you may explain your situation to us, and we shall see if there is aught we can do to help. You know, Quicksand's a pretty good name for a bar. Ah. Man, I've literally have not played 14, like, in like 2 weeks. In fact, while I was sick, out of the 3 weeks I was sick, pretty much like 2.5 weeks, I think I played like 5 hours of games total. It was the perfect time to play whatever I want, even in bed. Like, I could have like played on my DS or my Switch and just played a game all the way through in bed. Like, nope. I just didn't feel like it. Where am I going? I did binge some shows because it required less brain activity. Oh, you know what show I binged? It's a show I used to watch when I was younger. Every Friday night, not TGIF. Every Friday night, I come home from school. My parents wouldn't get home until like midnight because they attempted to have some kind of social life on Friday nights for a little bit. And I would come home, do homework because I had to do it on the weekend. And then I would make dinner and then I would just watch TV. And this show came on every Friday night. And it was nighttime. So it was like a little spookier. Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction. Hosted by Jonathan Frakes, most of it. It's actually on a YouTube channel now. All of it. I binged all of it. I mean, there's only like 50 episodes maybe total. Now, it's like if I had 3 weeks to play whatever I want and I wasn't sick, then yeah, I would have played something.
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Yay, voice acting.
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms.
Ooh, a rebellion.
Only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
That means when they said Doma was under Imperial rule, that means one of two things. It was destroyed, or it won the war. We already know they lost, so...
Doma is gone.
Yep.
Razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
12 have mercy. And your people?
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors.
Well, look. If Ul'dah... I think Kinnison has a lot of sway right now with the Scions, right? If Ul'dah or the other two nations won't take you, maybe the town that has our base can. Forget what it's called. I need to play this game more.
Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
Oh, I also need to add, I can't use the sub widget for the subathon because it doesn't count the 3 or 6 month extensions, because it's dumb. So I added one manually. And I can hit this little button and make it go up. It's basically a death counter. There we go. During the anniversary week, I think I'll let it show, but for now, I'm not going to. Again, I feel awkward doing that, but it's just for this month. And again, just for bonuses.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here.
Yeah, we're fortunate. I mean, the Empire is our enemy. We're fortunate to be in a giant, basically country that has the firepower to resist. These guys were just screwed. They were a smaller land with less people, probably less resources.
The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Uldar unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
Sing them a song or something. I'm not that kind of bard. I'm not that... Wait, what? I'm not a musical bard. Okay. If I may, sir, as I said earlier, we have been at sea for some several moons, and our supplies are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulations, nor would it please you to listen to them. I think. Suffice it to say, however, sacrifices have been made. Are you eating people? Though it shames me to beg for more when you have already offered so much, desperation compels me. Gentle sir, if you or your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, it would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people. Okay. Let's go speak with Momodi. Haven't talked to you in a while. Hells, why didn't you say so sooner, Kinnison? Of course I'll help. You couldn't have picked a better day to tell the truth. A wealthy merchant and his entourage were due to have a banquet here on the morrow, see? But just sent word they can't come, meaning I've got a boatload of foodstuffs and no one to feed. Best of all, they paid for the lot in advance. Go and call on... boy. Go and call on Freduri and Catherine. That was easier than I thought it would be. At the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Tell them I said to ship the Little Prince's order to the Waken Sands. Oh, and if they argue, just show them those letters. That should set them straight. Any blackmail you have on them works for me. So where am I going? Why, that's a rather odd request. Mayhap you misheard her instructions. Letter. You know, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They'll start to expect it. You mark my... Alright. You shouldn't help people. They'll just expect it more later. Not a great attitude. If you give a mouse a cookie, it won't starve. She's in the business of feeding refugees now. It ain't normally one to question Mistress Momodi's judgment, but that doesn't seem wise to me. Oh yeah? She has these pictures of you that you might not want to get. This has to be blackmail. I'll not speak for the children, but if you ask me, any man that can't earn a crust deserves to go hungry. Yeah, we'll see what happens when you have a hard time. Nope, I can't do better. It's similar to like in any kind of story, TV show, movie, game, whatever, where it's like, hey, these people die without your help, and it's like, no, it'll teach them a lesson. It'll teach them to be stronger and more self-reliant. Like, they won't learn a lesson if they're dead. Yeah, back here. Fireworks. I saw someone had the name something potato. Nacho potato. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Good. Now go and tell Lady Yagiri it's all in hand. Happy Festival Fireworks. Shut up, you big meanie. Not you. I dare not hope for such magnanimity. Much less expected. Mistress Modi is generous indeed. I shall be sure to thank her most humbly. Lady Yagiri, I briefed the Flame General on your situation. I think you'll be pleased with his reply. We have been granted an audience? Before the Sultana and the Syndicate both. We should return to the Royal Promenade at once. You have done much for us, Master Elphanon. I swear we shall return the favor. Naught is owed, Lady Yagiri, for naught has been given. This small favor you fairly won with your words, and it is with words that you must win the favor of the Syndicate. Then I shall choose them with care. You'll be accompanying us, yes? Good. Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of the true meaning of philanthropy, and that nothing as unpalatable will be required of them, assuming the Domans are willing to earn their keep. Come, the Flame General awaits us on the Royal Promenade. You know, it's funny. I saw she had a tail, and at first I thought she was, Uh-oh. My brain is trying to default to saying Mithra. They're not Mithras in 14. Mikote. Ugh. I've already forgotten stuff. But she's not. Wrong tail. That is a lizard tail. She is an aura. You know, it's interesting what races are in Final Fantasy games. A lot of the earlier ones have the very typical, like, fantasy ones. You have, like, dwarves, elves. And then, of course, you end up having stuff like chocobos, moogles. Well, chocobos aren't really, well, they're more, like, they're kind of on par of, like, animals, while moogles are, they can talk, so. But, some Final Fantasy games have just, like, races that no other Final Fantasy game has. The Ivalice games, which is Final Fantasy Tactics, Advance 2, Vagrant Story, I guess, have, what do they have? They have Bonga, they have Viera, which this also has. Then they have the White Mage, mostly ones that I never remember what they're called. And there's also the Angels, which I think are in Revenant Wings? Which is also in Ivalice, being a sequel to 12. Then you have that Crystal Chronicle game, tower defense thing, this is interesting. Crystal Chronicle games have their own races that have never been in any other Final Fantasy game, I don't think. I forget what they're called. But there's a tower defense game called Crystal Defenders. I don't know, for some reason in my brain I attach Crystal Defenders to Crystal Chronicles, probably because Crystal in the name, but it uses the races of Ivalice, so it's an Ivalice game. Am I in the right wait. Oh, it's not, I did it again. Hold on. This is probably faster. So how has everyone been in the last month? Since I haven't streamed and I barely was on Discord because I had like the COVID brain fog. Which is a real thing. I mean, whenever we're sick, we always kind of have brain fog. But with COVID, I literally had like COVID brain fog. I couldn't, there was like a 5-day period, 4 or 5 day period, where I had a hard time just forming thoughts. Like, I tried to think of stuff, and it was just like, it's not going to happen, is it? It's like trying to think of something after you just woke up. It's like, no, this isn't going to happen. A pleasure, Kinnison. The others are already inside. Let's not keep them waiting. Ah, the double-headed turtle again.
I, Yugiri of Doma, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer.
Yeah. Watching a bunch of Pokemon Iron Man? Ooh. Now, I looked up what Iron Man was, but tell me, what is the difference between Iron Man, or Ironmon in this case because it's Pokemon, and Nuzlocke? Isn't Ironmon just if you lose, you lose? Pokemon dies, it's dead, and if you, like, lose a fight, you're done. It's like a one life, it's like an Iron Man mode in... Oh, you can only use one Pokemon. That's what it is, okay. The description I found didn't say that, although there might be different versions of it. Just like there's different versions of Nuzlocke. But because I saw an Iron Man run where people could use whatever they wanted. It's like that. So basically, it's just Iron Man mode, meaning if you lose a fight, you lose. But there were no other stipulations. If Pokemon fainted, they didn't die. They were just, you just revived them. It was like a normal playthrough, kind of like when you play Skyrim on one life or Fallout on one life. I was like, then that's interesting, but a lot of the time I play through a Pokemon game, I don't white or black out, depending on what gen you're playing, because I overlevel. It's like there's hardly any time I ever lost a fight. So I was wondering, like, okay, because I kept also hearing that Iron Man was supposed to be harder than a Nuzlocke. Like, those two pieces of information don't go together. Like I said, there's probably different versions of it.
Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
Aha! Okay. I can respect this. There's no pride getting in the way. If someone has, like, a lot of pride and just can't be brought down to the point where they'll ask for help, in a way, this person's like, I have none. My people need help. Like, I'm not going to be, like, all high and mighty about this. Like, we need anything you can give. Like, it's fine. But yeah, just like a Nuzlocke, I'm sure there's different rule sets. I mean, to be a Nuzlocke, technically, all you need to do is can only catch one Pokemon per route, and it's the first thing you find, and nickname them, and death equals they're gone forever. Those are the only three staples of a Nuzlocke. You can do anything else. Items, no items, whatever. Those are, as long as you do those three things, it's considered a Nuzlocke. And even then, you don't have to do all three of them. If you don't want a nickname because you suck at naming things, you don't have to. I mean, you play them for fun. If you don't enjoy a certain rule set, don't use it. I'm just saying from like an official standpoint. I mean, I treated gyms like dungeons that have a save point halfway through for like using of a tent. If I would go into a gym, and I could only leave once to heal at a Pokemon Center. Otherwise, I had to use items outside of battle. My first Nuzlocke I ever did, I didn't use healing items in battle. The second one, I did. So it's whatever you want to do.
I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
Yes, I would like you to relive the trauma of what happened to you, please. For the benefit of everyone in this room. Now, I get why she's saying it. I think she's on her side. If Nanamo were to just repeat what this person already told her, that would be one thing. But for everyone to hear it from the person who suffered this and dealt with it firsthand, I think will move them easier. So, yeah, it's to benefit her. Also, Jay breaking out of lurk. What is that symbol? Ah, TwitchCon 2022. Yep. But I mentioned, like, unfortunately, like I mentioned before, not only do I really not go anywhere and crowds make me nervous and all that. It's also too far away. I live on the East Coast. It'd be way too expensive to get a plane ticket to San Diego and for like a hotel for like 3 days. You can only go into yeah. Can't buy healing items. You can only heal while in battle. Interesting. Okay. Well, it's kind of like in a Nuzlocke where you can't use healing items in combat. Moves like recover and wish are fantastic. Even more so if you can't use healing items in or outside of battle. You go into battle to use. It's kind of like in certain RPGs where you can't use healing stuff outside of battle, but you can use it inside of battle. There's a few like that. So you would like go into an easy fight just to heal up and then win it, and then you're good. Iron Mines is a Nuzlocke with very stringent modifiers added on. Okay. Well, because I was gonna say I'm pretty like the one thing I heard about Iron Mons was if you lose a fight, it's like losing your life in an Iron Man game and you die. It's over. But most Nuzlocks have that rule anyway. So there had to be more to it. Only TMs from gyms like you can teach Pokemon? Oh, okay. It's kind of similar to, at one point, just to do like an easier Nuzlocke, a more laid back one, I had the idea where I could revive Pokemon if they were dead, but I had to use revives, or maybe just max revives, that I found. Didn't buy. In most Pokemon playthroughs, you're only going to find like 2 or 3 max revives. So that's like 2 or 3 bring people back from the dead. Just kind of a rule set like that.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Doma, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty.
And it didn't work out.
Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the Purge.
Oh.
It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow.
Yep. I think part of the reasoning of the rule of if you get knocked out, your game is over, was simply one of convenience. Because if you're playing a Nuzlocke and you've mained like these 6 Pokemon for a while and you just completely get wiped, not only is it going to take you forever to train 6 new Pokemon to fight, and you're probably, depending on what part of the game you're in, you're going to be down to something dumb and useless. Not only that, but you might be stuck where you are. Imagine being halfway through the game and you have to let go your entire team and all you have left is like level 5s in the box. You're pretty much dead. Like you can't fight anything. Yeah. Like I feel like that rule set is there because it's like you might as well just start over. There's going to be times where it's like it's just impossible. Now late game it wouldn't be. You probably have a lot of options at that point. I do like the idea of a comeback where it's like you wiped once, but you're like, no, I'm going to try again.
Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
Also, yeah, the idea of like having a hero, you know, emerge. I mean, if it wasn't for my Gardevoir, who knows what would have happened in Platinum? That Gardevoir that had the that had Calm Mind double team. It was not for that Gardevoir because I got screwed at a 2 Pokemon in the Elite Four. I think I lost 3 of my team during the Elite Four. One of them was my fault. I thought something resisted something when it didn't. But the other 2 were like BS crits. At a bad time. If it wasn't for that Gardevoir, I'd have been screwed.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
Uh-huh.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
Ah, we're getting into the politics here. Like, yes, I would love to help the people. I would love to help the people. If they want to work, yeah, they can come in, and then it's just like, yes, cheap labor. Yeah, but I mean, if it benefits them, we'll deal with it. That's not surprising. It hasn't been a month. I am glad to see the new program works. I was using Lorien board, but it was severely outdated, and with the update to OBS, it didn't work anymore. So I got a new version of it by part of the same team. They kind of split at some point.
Glad to have you on the team.
And it works nicely. It has some good quality of life improvements. It's very user-friendly. Some of the stuff works different, and I was able to pick it up pretty quickly. Also, Jay, thank you for getting the sub Nightbot, which means... Boop. For every 5 gifted subs during this month for the subathon, I do a giveaway, but I won't be doing the giveaways if we get any before the anniversary week. I won't be doing the giveaways until the anniversary week, to be fair. Because it's going to be a fun week. Actually, at some point, I'm going to go over the games that are on the list. Oh, quick thing here. The last time I did this with the wheel, which is... Bring it up here. The Wheel of Games. Yeah, Wheel of Games. That's so small you can't read them. Basically, we would pick a winner, and then I would spin the wheel. And then the winner would get that code. However, my rule set is you can win once. You can win a second time, but only if everyone who is in the listing, in the drawing, has already won once. Because they always get priority. So it was kind of like it was bad when someone put in their name and won, and then got a game they already had. Because it was kind of unfair to re-roll. So it's like, how do I do this? I could roll for the game first, and then do it. But I feel like at that point, everyone's going to wait until like it's a good game. So it's like, all right. So I compromised. We're going to do a giveaway. Everyone puts their name in. Then I draw. Then I spin the wheel 3 times. And the winner gets to pick which one of those spins. I think that's pretty fair. There's a good chance you'll get something you don't have. Good chance of getting cool stuff. On the off chance you happen to have all 3 of them, maybe you know somebody who wants the code. I don't know. There's always going to be that issue. Yeah, we can go through the listing. I mean, let's be honest here. A lot of the games are kind of like, they're okay. I don't exactly have a wheel full of brand new, full price games, but they're there. There also are 3 spots for double spins. There's also, I did the thing I did last year. I have 10 really cheap games that are like $5 or just kind of like games. Doesn't mean they're bad, just if you land on one of those, it's like a free game. It's like a respin. You get a game plus that. There's also 3 doubles. There's also a winner picks. You just pick anything on there. Go back to the screen. Posted the rules of Pokemon. Ooh. Speaking of Pokemon, we're playing Pokemon after this. Brilliant Diamond and Shield. And the Shield DLC. And we're going to be working on the living decks to get it ready for Gen 9. I'm going to leave spots for most Pokemon forms, but I'm not doing a form dex. Those are just bonuses. I have some. But I'm not doing a Nuzlocke. We're just playing for fun. We can use what we want. We're just going to have a nice laid-back playthrough and just do it. I say that now. I thought about making one of them a Nuzlocke, but the fact is, Diamond and Pearl remakes are still a little grindy because they're kind of like more like old school Pokemon. And then Shield, I think, is a pretty easy Nuzlocke because of experience candy and experience share. I feel like a Nuzlocke in Gen 8 is pretty easy. And I just did a Nuzlocke in Gen 4, so you see my dilemma. I'm definitely up for doing like a Nuzlocke or even an Ironmon playthrough at some point later, but this is just kind of like play the game for fun, get Pokemon for the decks, finish the decks.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
Shall we call a vote to call a vote? And it requires a vote.
The law is the law.
Lord Lolorito?
Oh no, the music stopped. That's not good.
Tell me, are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees.
Ever looked at the Pathfinder game? I have one of them on Epic Games because it was free. Never tried them though.
They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think. Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
But didn't we just say that they would have jobs? They would work for a place to live? I mean...
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves. What were your words that day? Yes, the law is the law, and so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo. Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than Gil.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Ul'dah's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril. One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage hath fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
Not surprising. Be funny if he got to the door and no one else left. Oh, come on. It's kind of cold. They have to walk past the people waiting for their answer.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace. And I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh, that you should have traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, accept my sincerest apologies.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
Ooh! In helping to... Well, not really resolve. I guess it's resolved. In helping these people out, I get to choose paint. Which paint do we want? That is not purple. See, that looks yellow, and that looks brown. Does that look purple to you? Or is lilac purple very red? I shall choose it just because I'm curious. Ooh. I get to choose a ring I'll never wear. Alright. As you observe, Lorito is not afraid to speak his mind, nor does he like to change it. Oft have I wondered how a man so skilled at weighing the worth of things should be so incapable of seeing the value in people. Ah, I will waste no more words on him, not when the Domans are yet in need of aid. Everyone, follow me to the Hall of Flames. Wrong way. Where am I go? Wait, where am I going? Oh well. There's a teleport thing up here if I need it. That? Oh, Jay, you mentioned how hot it is out there. I was actually playing Stellaris last night with a friend who lives on the West Coast. I think it might actually be in California. And he meant, as we were playing, he was like, "Hey, I need to stop playing for a minute. My AC's making weird noises." And in that, he was gone for like 5 minutes and came back and was like, "Well, my AC's broken." Probably from being overtaxed. All right, where am I going? Luckily, he lives in an apartment. And thanks to, like, well, like rules in place, the landlord has to fix it in a certain amount of time. Just because, you know, it's incredibly hot. I mean, in the summer, that's kind of like a thing where, like, oh, the water's not working. You better fix it quick. The Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving that the matter reconsidered. The Monitorists have made their position clear. They like money. Agreed, Ul'dah is not an option. Nor are Limsala, Mensa, or Gridania, I judge, given the state of their internal affairs. Which leaves our Doman friends consigned to a ship. Gods, the thought of them huddled in an airless hold with no hope of better treatment. Would that I had more time to find an alternative. A place not bound by the concerns of the great nations. How about where we are? Whatever it's called, Dormana or Mondo. I always get it mixed up. Ophelia, that is precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the Syndicate's decision. I do. We all wish to preserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept this judgment, not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Sultanate to accept us for a limited time, a week mayhap, or even just a few days? Excellent. I shall keep you informed. Good news, everyone! Lady Yagiri, I have a proposal, if you would hear it. Out with it. The headquarters of my order, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, stand in a place called Revenant's Toll, an outpost in Mordana. I've been saying this since the beginning. Like most outposts, it is frequently... One second. Ugh. It is frequented by mercenaries and other men of action, and lacks the comforts of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of Revenant's Toll have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, they have need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands, hard labor lest you doubt, with naught save food and shelter by way of reward. Terms not unlike those which you proposed yourself, Lady Yagiri. Though I will not hear a word said against our beloved Ul'dah, Revenant's Toll would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. If they can accommodate us, we shall gladly accept. Master Alphanod, I once again find myself in your debt. Pray do not thank me, my lady. The life your people go to is one of hard labor and few comforts, as I told you. And before that, there remains the matter of how they may safely be borne to Revenant's Toll, which will be no small feat, considering the distance and their present condition. Mayhap the Ul'dah Adventurers Guild could be of assistance. Look for me there anon, Kinnison. Lady Yagiri, if you and your people would accompany me, we may discuss what aid the Immortal Flames can provide. The ironic thing is Ul'dah might actually vote to help move the refugees there. Because it's like they voted so quickly to not have them here. But they probably think like, oh, they'll probably like post up outside our walls and be a problem. Now it's like, hey, let's vote to use what, like, you know, vehicles of sorts we have to move them somewhere else. I'm sure they'll be like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Triple digits, high 90s. Ugh. What is happening over here? Someone's celebrating. Reminds me, I mean, this is further north, but there were 2 years where we lived in a house that had no central air. They had baseboard heating and no AC. I hated those summers. For being, quote unquote, the north, it wasn't very cold. In fact, the winters up there were actually pretty mild, surprisingly. All right. We are concerned that the Doman refugees may find the journey to Revenant's Toll too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard their ship, with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Momodi has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time as they are ready to set out for Mordona. Yeah, my AC was putting a box fan in a window and hoping it would get dark outside faster so I could be cooler. Ugh. Hi. What news? Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. Is there aught the immortal flames can do? I fear that exceeds our mandate. Were it a smaller number, mayhap it would go unnoticed. But the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 Domans to Mordana. When government fails to act, the responsibility falls to us private citizens. I will engage the services of the 77 caravan on the Doman's behalf. Very well. We shall begin contract negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord. I like this guy. For all that has befallen these good people, it is the least I can do. Come what may, ye shall ever have a friend in Ul'dah. Yay. And you in Revenant's Toll. Well, it sounds like we all have work to do. Lady Yagiri, let's put our heads together and settle the details of our arrangement, shall we? I would entrust the task of escorting our Doman friends to you, after you have rested your own road-weary legs, of course. What say you? Nod. You know, one of these rings might come in handy for, like, a lower class. Although the earring is the thing that isn't being replaced. The rings actually might be a benefit. I'll do aiming. Bum 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 bum. That kind of reminds me. I lived somewhere when I was in elementary school. We had an after-school place that I would go to, obviously after school, but also in the summer. You know, both parents working, I would be there every day during the week. It was fun though because we got to go do stuff. We had like summer mini courses we could do. One of them was comics, which I always did, and it was really fun. Hey Raven, still have a cough and breathing issues. Otherwise, I'm good. How you been? Oh, also, I recently reinstalled all the Dragon Age games. I'm thinking about playing those again sometime fairly soon. I am modding them, but not much, so I don't want to change the game too much. But yeah, there were times where we go to like the park, and man, that was a very hot. It was like 92, 93, very, very hot summer, like triple digits some days. Being in a place that really shouldn't see triple digits. And there were occasional times that the counselors just forgot our water. You know, like the typical orange container that has like the Kool-Aid or the water in it. They would just forget them and not go back to get them. So they had a bunch of kids playing outside for hours in like 100-degree weather with no liquid to drink. If that happened today, there'd be so many lawsuits. But yeah, that was a hot summer. Vesper Bay, huh? As we speak, the Domans prepare for adventure at Vesper Bay, where from they will be transported by carriage to Ul'dah. That said, this has all been decided rather suddenly, and it would not surprise me if the refugees require some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Kinnison, I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small. In short, whatever must needs be done, do it. Speak with a man named Hosen when you arrive. As Lady Yagiri tells it, he has been designated the leader of the first group. Okay. Bye. Have a good day. But yeah, I was looking up. I was actually looking up builds for my Dragon Age Origins character last night. I'm being a mage for the first time. I have never played a mage in Origins. And since I don't tend to take control of my teammates in that game, I really haven't played Mage at all in Origins. Looking forward to trying it. Mage in 2 and 3 are fun, especially 3. Had a lot of fun playing Knight Enchanter. Yeah, I'm not built for hot weather. More so than I was a couple years ago. When I lost weight on keto, I was actually getting colder easier because, well, there's less of me. But since I put most of that weight back on, I'm kind of back to being, like, hot-natured. Forward and back and forward and back. Beep and then boop and then beep boop beep boop. Nope, it's outside. Greetings. Alphinaud informed me that a scion would be arriving to help with the preparations. I am honored to meet you, though shamed as well. A great warrior should not be tasked with such trivialities. I knew from a glance what manner of man you were. I too have some skill at arms, as do many of our people. Whoa. The person next to me has a summon horn, but also kind of has like some Seymour hair going on. Pray forgive this trifle, but might I trouble you to help round up the children that have been given into my care? They are most adept at staying hidden from my sight, but perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I have failed. You have my thanks, friend. Pray seek out my son, Yozen. I'm Hosen. Here's my son, Yozen. Can tell you more. We're the hero of Veorzia. We're playing hide and seek. Typical MMO. RPGs do this in general, but... Oh, hello there. I'm Yozen, son of Hosen. Please stop this. Will you be coming with us to Ul'dah? I hear we're traveling by horse-bird drawn carriage. But don't you think they're queer? Giant birds that people ride like horses? I still want to try riding one, but... What's that? You're looking for the others? Don't worry. I already told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help, though. We were just finishing a game of it's literally hide and seek. 3 players are still in hiding, and since Lady Aguirre told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. The Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. I've been reduced to this. Well, let's see if we can find them. Are you a child playing hide and seek? Oh, no, smoke break. Okay. Got it. Hello? Children? Are you a child or are you a Lalafell? That's probably demeaning to them, right? I'm sure Lalafell will have to deal with that, where it's like, oh, hello, little child. Would you? Oh, you're an adult, never mind. Where are you? Are you hiding inside? That's kind of cheating. I haven't found a single one yet. Hey, it's Hildebrand. That annoying person. Aha. Hey, you're not Yozen. Who are you? I'm Koharu. Kinnison Shepherd? I didn't know anyone else was, Wait a minute. You're one of those, stallions, aren't you? No, scions. Yeah. Then you must know Lady Aguirre, right? Isn't she great? She's really good at hide and seek, too. Alright, it's almost time to go. Nice meeting you. Ghost child? Alright. Where would the other two... Hello. Are you playing? No fair. Get to ride a horsebird carriage? I don't know, it sounds scary. But if Yosin says it's safe, I'll go. I mean, if you're not used to chocobos, going to a land where there's these giant birds, could be interesting. Or it's like in Final Fantasy X, where Titus didn't know what chocobos were. Alright, where are you? One last kid. I will say something that annoys me in this game.
Sponsor time, Commander.
Is when you have like a circle area that you have to find something, and there's only one thing left, and I just can't find it. Also, the fact that sometimes stuff is like just barely outside the circle, but still outside the circle. All right. Let's do a sponsor time. Hopefully it still works.
Today's stream is sponsored by XIV Motors, the Citadel's top dealer in hover cars. Mention this ad at your nearest dealership to receive 1,000 credit towards the purchase of a new Dauntless, Gallant, or Stalwart. You can breathe easy with XIV Motors.
I had to change how I flip between the avatar and the drone a little bit in the Stream Deck. It takes up 3 buttons instead of only 1 now, but it works. Where is this person? Ah! Can I go in here? I just want to find them. Oh, maybe they're up here. Aha! How'd you find me? Maybe you're just this. Maybe they're just good at this. I mean, the Garleans didn't find me. Oh, there's probably a dark story behind that. Yeah, when the Garleans invaded my home and killed my parents and my pet dog, I hid and they didn't find me. Like, all right. Wonderful. All the children are accounted. I didn't seek. Oh, I see that you're curious. It is quite simple, really. Lady Agiri thought it best that the children know what to do in case the Garleans found us. I should hope that those days are behind us, but nonetheless, take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. How about a ring of casting? Ooh, okay. The first caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. My family and I, including my stubborn old father, Homie. That's a terrible, that was more like Marge's sisters, but whatever. We'll be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Kaharu, whom I believe you've already met. Though I understand the road to Ul'dah is regularly patrolled by your brass blades, it would give us great comfort if you would agree to accompany us on our journey. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you're ready to leave, please inform our coachman. Oh, also at some point I'm going to turn on the Vorcha. I'm going to turn back on the Vorcha Redeem. Just, there is a rule for that one, though. Don't do a paragraph. Like, I was doing that, like, it's like, the Vorcha thing would be like it's like where I have to do a Vorcha, I have to say something in a Vorcha voice. And then someone would do, like, one sentence, and it's like, okay, and then someone would be like, here's a giant paragraph. No, not paragraph. Eager to be off, are you? Aye, well, I was meaning to have a word with you about that. Runner from the Blade said we might have a problem. A fierce-looking beastie's been sighted south of the bridge to Hammerley. Might be as someone's eyes are playing tricks on him, of course. but it don't pay to gamble in this business. No, I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but this lot here is another story. So I was thinking you might go on ahead and have a quick look around. Make sure the area is safe like. And if you come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. And when you're satisfied the way is clear, meet us outside Horizon. The blades tell me the road there's safe. So I reckon we might make it that far on our own. Assuming the self-same bastards don't try to rob us, that is. Full-length thesis, no. Am I going to spend 100 gil just to say I am? I'm lazy. Forward and back and forward, backward, forward and back.
Shepherd. Shepherd.
Shepherd. Shepherd. Shepherd. Shepherd, shepherd, shepherd. All right. Time for more liquids. I still have to drink 5 bottles of water for today, so. I would use some of those.
Stay away from the summoner!
You're a bad man. Well, thank you, Ninja and Remnant, for the voice lines. I need to mess with that. Some of the voice lines need to be replaced by better versions. Like, Enemies Everywhere is the old version, not the new one I have. That sounds better. That girl, what run by here earlier? Hi, I seen her. That's something. Why am I doing this? This is the wrong thing.
Enemies everywhere!
I didn't get a good look, but I reckon it don't matter any road. Whatever it was, it's long gone by now. Yeah, that was that. Okay. We're just going to ignore the rest of that. Yeah. You can hear like a sound effect and like the music in the background of it. I have a version that doesn't have music, so it sounds a little better. You know, it's funny. One of the recordings I have, let me take a look and see which one it is. I think I fixed it.
Enemy is everywhere! Go, go, go!
I will destroy you!
Watch out!
I will destroy you!
One of them had an issue where, how do I put this? Basically, the way that I recorded it from the point of view of my character in the game, it sounded more on the left than the right. Like, it was in stereo, and it was more to the left than the right. I just put it in Audacity and just, like, faded it to the right to fix it. Although something like that I could probably just force to be, like, mono. So it's the same in both ears. Wouldn't really matter. No, don't jump that way. Yeah, we killed it. We did it, everyone. We killed the big scary eyeball. Isn't it nice that I'm finally getting the 3 like top contributor sub goal thing from last year done 2 weeks before the next one? Like I'm starting Hollow Knight tomorrow for Jay, and I finally got Ninja her custom command. Yeah. So there was a beastie. Was being the operative word, man. Yep, it's dead. Yeah, this time I won't wait as long. Well fought, sir, well fought. Oh, if only I were in better health. Yep. I should have been proud to stand at your side. Pay my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. We cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten. Lady Yagiri, kinsmen least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life, all this and more we owe to her. How does one ever even begin to repay such a debt? Lurkin. I'm actually amazed all that stuff still works, considering I spent like 3 hours moving it from Lorien board to the new program. I'm surprised it all works. It uses like a slightly different format, so I couldn't just like copy paste. I had to remake all the buttons. In kind, Father, to she who was given everything, we shall give our all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant's toll will grow and prosper by our hands. We'll do any work, no matter how tedious and terrible, even retail and customer service. I can relate to that. Oy. Like, I kind of have it in my head, like, I don't want to do food service again. But it's not because of the job itself. It's just like, it's the customer service aspect. People are grumpy when they're hungry. I've worked several customer service jobs, and some were better than others. Best Buy, it was like, we're here to buy a bunch of new electronic stuff. We're in a good mood. But sometimes it's like, my TV broke. I'm angry. And I got to spend money. That happens sometimes. But I worked in literal customer service, so people came in with problems. I'd say it was neutral. Some days were better than others. Especially when I could solve their problem in like 5 minutes, you know. Normally they're pretty easy. They'd be happy after that, where it's like, yay! But some places it's just like, ugh. Again, food service. Generally people that are getting food might be kind of hungry and cranky. And they've been waiting in line. It's just like, yeah. What was that sound effect? Hey, Mr. Kinnison. Koharu and I want to know why you became an adventurer. Because I got the game. Oh. Oh, it's literally the question that we're asked in the beginning of the game. What? I forget what I said. I think I did like the ... and I gotta pick one. To gain power. To win glory. To amass a fortune. Well, technically a fortune is both of those. Or can lead to it. I want money. Money, huh? Yes, I want money too. I could do a lot of things if I had some. Well, any. It's like, yeah, money. It's like money doesn't buy you happiness. It does if you're broke. I get the point of the moral, all right, but it solves a lot of problems. As someone currently stuck in food service, don't go back. Oh yeah. I would never wanted to work in food service during COVID. Like, when you mention like post-COVID, like I'd imagine food service during COVID was probably terrible. Just retail and customer service in general. I'll be honest, I probably wouldn't have made it through that. At Best Buy, I was getting to the point where I was getting kind of burnt out on it altogether. If I had to deal with people like that, you know, it's like, I don't want to put on a mask. Like, you're in here for 5 minutes. Just put it on. I mean, I hated wearing a mask because I couldn't breathe right, but I still did it. Or if I had to like wait in a lobby somewhere for a while, I'd just go out in my car. So I could like take the mask off. Like, I had to go to the hospital with my mom. She got like a thing done. And they required you to be there. Like, I had to be there. And I told him, like, I legitimately, it was like 4 hours. Like, I legitimately cannot wear a mask for 4 hours. I can't breathe. So it was okay with them that I would sit in the car the whole time. And have my phone on, obviously. I just had to promise I wouldn't leave. Like, I wouldn't just drive off. Which I didn't. I just watched stuff on my phone. It's my turn now. Excuse me, Mr. Kinnison. I got a question. What's Revenant's Toll like? Is it pretty? It's terrible, with monsters everywhere. Haha! It is a bastion of civilization in a harsh and unforgiving wilderness. Yeah. It is a bustling outpost frequented by countless adventurers. It is home to the scions of the Seventh Dawn. It is a stone's throw away from an Imperial Oh, we don't want to hear that one. We'll do this one. It's a pretty busy outpost with a bunch of adventurers passing through. You mean there are lots of people there who are just as strong as you? Oh, I can't wait. Enough, Koharu. It's my turn again. Mr. Kinnison, when I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do? Be a bard. Learn how to sing. Seek out new experiences, fight ferocious beasts, train every day, buy weapons and armor. New experiences. Of course, to be a better adventurer, you need to go adventuring. Alright, that's enough questions. That's not fair. Why does Yozen get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? For some reason... Okay, hear me out on this. Look at this screen right now. Not the dialogue box, because that's obviously going to look different. What does this remind you of? Just the zoom in on somebody's face with dialogue at the bottom. There's something about the framing of this that reminds me of Bethesda, Skyrim, and Fallout. This zoomed in approach reminds me of those games with dialogue options at the bottom. I think you have to choose. Really? Then I will. Thanks for the advice, Mr. Kinnison. I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer too. The old guy in the back's just like, ugh. When we get to Revenant's Toll, let's make an adventurers guild for Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Mr. Kinnison and Lady Yugiri. Yeah, I just like Mr. Kinnison and Lady Yugiri. I just like them. We could talk more about it in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? Are the kids coming? Well, yes, of course. Road trip with a curious child asking questions constantly. Yay. See, my parents had the right idea. They got me a Game Boy. Whenever we used to visit family when I was like 3 to when I was like 5 or 6, we had to drive like 10 hours. What better way to not have your kid drive you insane? Here's a Game Boy. Not surprisingly, my dad bought me a Game Boy literally like when I was like 4 or 5, around when it came out, just as we were getting ready to move. Which means, you know, more driving. Back to Ul'dah. The land of sand. So there's a bunch of chatter going on in my free company about stuff. I'm trying to like read it as I go. No, stop doing that. Oh, there is one thing I am going to do in those Pokemon playthroughs, though. One little thing I'm going to add to make it fun. I'm going to nickname stuff. I'm going to actually have like a nickname theme for both of them. I generally only nickname when I do Nuzlocke. I'm not a nicknamey person. I believe one of them is going to be based on 90s cartoons that I grew up watching. So like X-Men, Nicktoons, Ninja Turtles. I'll throw SpongeBob in there, even though it didn't come out until way later. I'll throw SpongeBob in there too. I was going to say something like Power Rangers. But what am I going to name them? Blue Ranger, Red Ranger. What am I going to name stuff from Power Rangers? The villain names would work, but I barely remember them. Also, honestly, Nicktoons is kind of bad for a naming scheme too. It's like, what cool Nicktoon nicknames am I going to give people? Doug. There's some okay. There's a couple in there that are decent. Kinnison, I take it the first group has arrived. Excellent. Is there aught else? No. I have matters as well. I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Yagiri should travel to Revenant's Toll forthwith. I thought this was a belt for a second, but I forgot. They get rid of belts. Everyone has pants that fit now. Or suspenders. Have I ever worn suspenders? I have not. I've worn overalls when I was really young. Never worn suspenders. Necklace of fending, slaying, or aiming. I'll take the aiming one. Are any of these actually decent for me? No. No. The rings that Callie made me that are level 56 are better than what I've been taking. Should have just grabbed the money. Ugh. Also, I've been using the relic weapon because it looks cool, but the one that Callie made me is better. I'm gonna switch back to it. I've been using this one long enough. It looks cool. It kind of looks like something from Dragon Age 2, doesn't it? Like the black and the red. It's like the end bow that, you know, Hawk could have. I forget. Archery in Dragon Age 2. Is that rogue or warrior? I think it's rogue. Because the weird thing is, archery in Dragon Age Origins, I think can be either warrior or rogue. That's what always throws me off. I love archery in 3. It's fun. A lot of combat stuff is fun in Inquisition. Oh, it was right there, wasn't it? Honestly, the one thing I find super boring in Inquisition is Sword and Shield. It's okay. Which is funny because Origins, almost everything is arguably more boring in combat because it's turn-based. It kind of plays like KOTOR. But I think it's because of that. In Dragon Age Inquisition, we have, like, rogues have fun moves you can do. Archery has fun, like, jumpy moves, and mages have some really cool stuff they can do. Sword and Shield is just like, use sword and use shield. In comparison, it's boring. It is past time Lady Yagiri met with the guild representatives in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here in Thanalin, which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Doman delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak first with Slaffborn upon your arrival. He is the one with whom the Domans will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Yagiri to Minfilia and the guild emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting ties should stand the Domans in good stead for that which is to come. Safe travels, Kinnison. Yay! So the part of a story we're in right now it was added later. It's like a bridge story between A Realm Reborn and the first expansion, Heavensward. It's kind of just setting things up for Heavensward. Like when we moved the Scions here. I'm wondering, are the Domans actually going to be involved a lot in Heavensward? Or is this just like a thing that's here? Blah, 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 blah. And this must be the esteemed Lady Yagiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the Toll. I hope you do not find our dearth of fineries off-putting. Poor though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. Like, we don't have any money, but we have spirit. Like, yep, that'll pay the bills. You see, race and creed don't enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. Ah, we're only prejudiced against lazy people. Like, uh-oh. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slaffborn. You may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh, do not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals, and you needn't bow your head or call me master either. We are both front to your hands as far as I'm concerned. As you wish, Slaffborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Yay! Our guests have yet to meet the antecedent. 7 hells, Kinnison. Why are you wasting time with me? See them to the Rising Stones. We'll go meet Minfilia, who everyone seems to keep telling me is a terrible leader. To whom much is given, much is expected. Forgive me, I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join you at the Rising Stones anon. I thought that said Hugbert for a second. Good name. Papa Limo. Hi. Tataru. Haven't seen you guys in a while. Others. The others. Zeta. God, that always, when the Scions were attacked, it always reminds me of a Simpsons thing. I forget the context, but like Homer thinks his family's gone or something. So he's just like, little Marge, little Bart, little Lisa, and the rest. And it's like the 2 pets and the TV and Maggie. The Scions get attacked. It's like, oh no, not little Ida and little Papa Limo. And then the rest that have no names. I'm Minfilia. You do some voice acting this time? You're not. 'Tis no use. Let me guess, we lost contact with them. Our attempts to reach the students of Baldessian continue to meet with failure. Oh yeah, we couldn't contact them. Yeah. Uranger has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. We will persevere, of course. Yet within our hearts, the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of that which we already knew. How fare the Domans? I'm given to understand you have kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. Those missions in Vesper Bay, it definitely seems like something that would have been cut to streamline this, which happens sometimes. Whenever new expansions come out, they tend to cut certain missions from, like, A Realm Reborn especially. Definitely feels like there was more there than just hide and seek. May I question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unsolved? I should not blame you if you did. Nor would I deny that this matter falls outside our normal purview. Leave it as it may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when it was within our power to help them. Lady Aguirre is here? Please show her in. I should very much like to meet her. Everyone's nodding. We have no objections. Pray do so with our blessing. Your answer pleases me beyond words, my lady, but are you quite certain? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's toll could not accommodate all of us all, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together. As ever, it has been a pleasure, Antecedent. Alas, we must take our leave as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slaffborn. Lady Aguirre, Kinnison. You. Lamin and I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our Doman friends feel at home upon their arrival. Though I must admit that I am still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Ishtola should be returning anon with a report from a field. Mayhap you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival. Yay, Ishtola! Hi, it's Thancred.
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet. Which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning Ifrit with such crystals as they have hoarded.
Well, we've already beat up Ifrit twice, so...
Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
Now, I have not fought Leviathan yet. So...
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers.
I wonder what primals are considered to be the most dangerous. I mean, Ifrit's fire. I mean, fire's dangerous, but it's not like it's everywhere. I don't think Ifrit's would be considered super dangerous. Garuda is wind. I mean, technically that's everywhere, but I still don't think he'd be that dangerous. Titan, I think, would be super dangerous because he's Earth. I mean, it's everywhere. We're standing on it at all times. But Leviathan being water, if this planet's like Earth, and it's 70% water, that's pretty dangerous.
With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
Ah, the Echo.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise mid-surging wave to wash away the finless ones.
I think it's the first time we've heard a Sahagin speak.
And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary? We have outstayed our welcome.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
It's like, why do we even bother explaining stuff to these two? They can just use the Echo to see it.
You You shared that vision, did you not?
Nod.
Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
Yay, Tataro's the new leader. Maybe she'll... Again, all those jokes I keep hearing about Minfilia being a terrible leader. Maybe Tataru will do better.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
I'm going to assume she either just gets in the way or I have to... She's kind of... I don't know. The game kind of just used her as for exposition. So I don't know how this is going to work.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye. A primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
Primal?
Yeah, about that. You came here for like a life and freedom, which is cool. We have things called primals.
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
I was hoping she would join us, that she would become a new character in the Scions. I'm not the new person anymore.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a primal, one can never have too many able allies.
It doesn't sound like she's joined officially, but she's at least helping.
If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
What class are you? I wonder. Do 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 do. Bum ba-dum bum. Share some final words on the coming mission prior to departing. Plainly, should the worst come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle, which we know is going to happen. Given past experience, you may very well think that eventuality inevitable. Yet so long as there is even a chance that the Primal's return might be prevented, we must needs bend all our efforts toward achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share. Hey! So I've actually seen Leviathan fight on one of M's streams, but I don't really remember it. This is how I knew Leviathan was in the game. Also, Leviathan's already been mentioned. Leviathan is a very obvious primal to pull when you're dealing with elements. And we hadn't seen it yet. Alright. To Limsa, where I used to spend a lot of time. Limsa was my home base on my first character. Mostly because the fishing was there. Yep, and every time you come in here, there's just people everywhere. Someone dead? Yep, someone's dead. Yep, typical Limsa. Also, every time I come to Limsa, there's so many people here that have better stuff than me. Like, the people have been playing the game, they have, like, these awesome looking, glamours, and... like, aw. Maybe someday. You are expected. Pray take this lift to the command room. Melbib. Pirate Queen. Welcome, friends. I take it Y'shtola has apprised you of the situation. Yeah. Let us waste no time then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin will have had not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanalin to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return, which would be very bad for a city on the water. Needless to say, I am not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the Scion's support in this endeavor. But if, gods forbid, our efforts should come to naught, we will need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. When we inevitably fail... Lady Minfilia, I am given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reason for doing so. Can Minfilia even fight? We've seen all the other Scions in battle, except for her. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with my own eyes. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Kinnison, Maelstrom scouts are currently reconnoitering Sahagin movements with the Sapsa spawning grounds within.
Glad to have you on the team.
Oh no, I am late to the FFXIV stream.
To the FFXIV stream. Hello, Callie. We're just doing story stuff. And also, thank you for resubbing. I will add that to the... Boop. Upon completing their mission, we will return to the operating staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, that you might be apprised of the latest intelligence. Commander Falkbreda has charge of the garrison. Yay. We also might be unlocking Sage either today or tomorrow. I decided to use Sage as my my character's like lore-based healer instead of Astrologist, but I will get Astrologist later. There are basically 5 classes of, 5 roles. I'm probably at some point going to unlock a second one for each one. I have an idea what they're going to be. Astro's the obvious pick for healer. For long-range DPS physical, it's going to be Bard, because I'm going from Bard to Machinist. So, might as well just keep Bard, in there. Melee, I have no idea. Things like Lancer and Monk don't make sense for my character, so I don't know. There is some I can justify. Like Paladin, being my secondary tank class. Well, think about it. Gunbreaker uses more tech to be tanky. Makes sense, given the character. Well, Paladin just puts on heavy armor, and a shield, and a sword, which we already know how to use a sword, thanks to, rapier training with the Red Mage. Also, speaking of Red Mage, we can take the white magic of the Red Mage and slap it on the tank, and call it a Paladin. Oh, that's not a door. I've been expecting you, Scion of the Seventh Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. well, most likely will be fighting it. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter the Sapsa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe like the likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, the return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. It is not too much to ask. I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Sapsa all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion. If they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory, however, we can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. Yep, we met you, Gary. Do-do-do-do-do. Boo-do-do-do. Alright. So what am I looking for in here? Nope. Use the Maelstrom restorative on the wounded. Yeah, we haven't. Yeah, I'm looking for people, but I don't see people yet. The circle is not very big. There you are. Help somebody of all the times to forget the restorative. Here you go. Here's some pink lemonade. Thank you. I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers. Lightly armed as we were, we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's Tongue, if I'm certain of it. I can make my own way back to camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them! I still have a lot of water to drink today, so good. That's 2 bottles down, 4 to go. I mean, been streaming 2 hours. It's not bad. A bottle an hour. Go through the hole. Yay. That was obviously way too small. Nope, down there. Ow. I forget what that does. It's one of my new abilities that I can use. I think one of them increases healing received to me and possibly also the party. And the other one I think is... what is it? Troubadour is... reduces damage taken by self and party by 10%. And then... increases HP recovery via healing action for a party member. Or self. So I have to target myself or a party member. Okay. So use it on a tank. Alright. I know that this is like a straight shot, but AoE based. This is, I think, increased crit chance. Which I can't use right now. Because I haven't done any of the Bard missions past 50. This is like one of those just save up and use them kind of things, I think. And this, I think, is the thing that re-ups the damage over times. I think. To be honest, I should probably just forget about those new abilities. Because once I get Machinist, I'm not going to be using Bard for a while. Probably better to fill my brain with the classes I'm going to use. The reason why I want to unlock Sage soon is because I need to get used to healing again. I haven't healed in so long. And then basically we're going to finish on Realm Reborn. We're going to get to Heavensward. I'm going to beeline to where I get Machinist. I'm going to do the Machinist starting quest to get the gear. And then that'll be where we stop for a bit while we play some Pokemon. No, because that's the problem I had with my first character. I had a bunch of classes to 50, and I had all that knowledge in my brain, and I couldn't play any of them okay. Because I kept like switching classes constantly. Up you go. Oops, I don't use stairs. You've returned. Thank the Navigator. When I learned that you went to the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an untimely demise. But tell me, what become of the others? Here are the bodies. These wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does their savagery know no bounds? Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think that may have become of the two who remain unaccounted for. I pray that they haven't suffered the same evil fate. Yeah. Also, to the reason why I went Sage instead of Astro. Astro has the mechanic of balancing the card buffs. Sage doesn't, so I figured I might want to go with that one first. Also, I can unlock it now if I want. Ooh, oh, God Build Garrus is ridiculous. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment now. Be ready to sally forth when they do. Who says that in Fire Emblem? Constance, I think? Sally forth. One of them says it. It's like a thing they say when you highlight them in battle, I think. One of those kind of things. Nope, it's right there. Where am I going? Ooh, embrace eternity. Thrice damned fishback bastards. I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls through all seven hells. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I think when I'm on my break from this while playing Pokemon, I am going to go back to a Realm Reborn and finish up some blue missions. Also, I'm going to unlock all the classes. I won't use them all. I'll just level them up just because they're there. I've done them all before, except for Monk. But I will say the story missions for the classes in Realm Reborn aren't super interesting, so I don't mind doing them off stream. But obviously, once I want to unlock the other expansion classes, just to level them up, I'll do them on stream. I've heard they're good. I've heard Dark Knight's really good. I don't plan on using Dark Knight, but I'll do it for the missions. Oh, I always buy the Typhoon first, just for Garrus. However, I am planning an insane run of Mass Effect, my first time on stream doing insane, at some point. I am not allowed to use the Garrus God build, because it trivializes it. Or with James, or if I have Ashley, whatever. I can't use that build. I'll just say I can't use the Typhoon. We're here for purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand. My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and their thralls have already begun to amass the Aetheryte in the depths of Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready. We but await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. Kinnison, I want you to go in by yourself. But we are not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Sapsa Aetheryte and eliminate the Sahagin priest presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. When your favorite cutscenes is coming up? So it reminds me of like when you said there's your favorite lines coming up. Such devastation! The Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahagan's legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land there is devilish for attacking foes. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault, and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. At the selfsame moment, a divisionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. I want to play that dungeon again and turn off the music and the sound effects if I can, just to get a clear recording of that voice line. It's cutscene, so I'm not sure if I can turn off all the sound besides the voice, but I'll try. In likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagan defense effort. Kinnison and Y'shtola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning. Yeah, of course we are. The Admiral's diversions should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Thancred and Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagan as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take to your heels and circle around to join the infiltration units of Y'shtola and Kinnison. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to Aetheryte, accompanied by Lady Minfilia, as was agreed. Well, then let me keep you, friends. To battle! When last did we fight side by side, Kinnison? Too long ago, I warrant. But come, let us away. What, with Titan, where I fought him by myself? Alright, let's fly. Forward and back, forward and back. I've actually seen the dungeon or raid, whatever you want to call it, that has this song in it. I try not to watch stuff that I haven't seen yet on stream, but it's out of context. And whenever it gets to the scenes where they're just talking with story stuff, I don't pay attention. I just watch the pretty colors when people are fighting things I don't understand. It's actually fun when someone ever gets to something I actually know now. Like when M does her roulettes with viewers, sometimes they'll get a dungeon and I'll be like, I know that one. I mean, I've had stuff spoiled for me, like I know there's some Final Fantasy Tactics raids in this game. I haven't seen them, but I know they're there. Alright, what am I doing here? There it is. See you. Nope, something else appeared. Also, Jay or anybody here that has played World of Warcraft. I've never played World of Warcraft. I'm sure there are plenty of difference between World of Warcraft and this, but I'm curious to know like what the big ones are. I have never played World of Warcraft. I've never seen World of Warcraft played, except in the episode of South Park. There's a little bit in that episode that you kind of like see in terms of mechanics, but that's it. Running back when you die loads more trash in dungeons and raids. It took me a little while to get used to this game, with the mechanic that when you go through dungeons, it's viable just to run past stuff, and then your DPS can just hit it along the way. That actually, like, I didn't understand that at first, because I'm so used to games where you can't do that. Like, when you move, you can't attack. But it's actually viable in this game to just run, like, group together enemies, run past stuff, run in a circle, and have your DPS just kill them while they're chasing the tank. So... Well, I mean more just like mechanics than lore. I'm assuming this one is like more quote-unquote action-based. Again, like you can attack stuff while moving, and but I don't know. Hey, Stola. Pray do not concern yourself, 'twas but a glancing blow. Come, the Aetheryte is close at hand. Let us press on. I mean, I did play Final Fantasy XI. I'm assuming World of Warcraft plays more like 11 than it does this. Okay, I played old Final Fantasy XI. Back when you could literally not solo anything past like level 10.
They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Cross-faction things exist now? Alright.
Did I miss much?
Yeah. I assumed Yagiri was going to be a ninja or a rogue, but... yeah.
So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans.
Also, what class is Thancred? If all the Scions are classes in the game, like, Yagiri's a ninja, apparently, but, Y'shtola is a conjurer. I'm assuming the Scions are not prestige classes, because the lore in this game is, in order to be a white mage, you have to be like a certain race and have like a certain background and certain training, but as the Warrior of Light player character, you can be one. Every time you get the prestige version of a class, it's like, oh, this never happens. Maybe the expansion ones are a little different, because it does seem like Red Mage is like a little more like, hey, want to just be one? But I'm assuming it's kind of like Squadrons, where the Scions are all like the starting classes. So Y'shtola would be a Conjurer, not a White Mage. Thancred might be a Rogue. But since Yagiri is from the land where they teach the ninja stuff, she's a ninja. When you unlock the ninja class, you are taught by people from either that area or in that general, direction from here. I don't know. Is the person who teaches you ninjutsu stuff for the ninja class from Doma? I don't remember. I did those missions, but it's been a long time.
But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
Are you not a rogue? What are you? You just have like a single short sword. I don't know what you are. Okay, he has two. All right, there you go. Yeah, he's a rogue. I wasn't sure if he threw his sword or a dagger, because they have a dagger throw move. So, Thancred is just like crappier Yagiri, because Yagiri is the prestige version of Rogue. Aw, Thancred just got replaced. I wonder if she'll teach him how to be a ninja, since he has a similar fighting style.
To the Aetheryte!
For game mechanic purposes, the Prestige class is better. I think in lore, for lore purposes, the Prestige class is also stronger, right? I don't know. Maybe like a rogue is just as strong as a ninja, it just works different. In terms of like the lore of this, what's happening right now. Maybe since Higiri is from, you know, Ninja Land, maybe she was a level 1 ninja. Whereas Thancred was a level 1 rogue. Maybe they're both level 30, you know, or both level something. Rogue stops learning stuff past 30, kind of, I guess, in a sense. So maybe they're both on equal footing at this point. Cross-class stuff. Ooh. It's like Final Fantasy XI where you can combine classes. Only 2, though. Does somebody have a gun? Can I have that, please?
You'll forgive me my lateness.
Yeah. See, she's not even a machinist. She's just a pirate. Melweb is pirate class. There is the Corsair in Final Fantasy XI that's kind of a pirate.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Maybe Minfilia's gonna do something. Like, what's Minfilia's class? NPC.
Long have you shriveled Sorwalkers, tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs.
So when you have the multiple S's, instead of being like a salt, like a stutter, it's almost like a lisp a little bit. I can't really do it, but instead of being like salt, it's like a I can't even do it. Salt, kind of, I don't know.
Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
Oh, she's a gatherer. Minfilia is one of the players who only does gathering classes. Doesn't play combat at all.
It's the echo.
What? Such power! It is transcendent!
Well. Oh. Interesting.
7 hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile! I have mastered the gift. I am eternal!
Kind of like the player characters. Because when we die, we can be resurrected and just go back to our home point. Works a little different, but...
Mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
You could shoot them all, so he has nowhere to go. Oh, she's kind of doing it now.
Foolish shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
No, but you can imprison that which is eternal. You know how in certain things they talk about how like there are fates worse than death. Yeah, when you can't be killed and you're put into certain situations, yeah. Ooh, Leviathan. I wonder what your music is. All the primals have cool music. What is yours?
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
Alright, here's what's planned. Kinnison, you shoot it with a bunch of arrows and play some songs. Thancred and Yagiri, you hit it with some daggers. Y'shtola, heal everyone. Minfilia. Oh. Stand over there.
My being ebbs away. It should by right be infinite.
Yeah, Leviathan's eating you.
Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary. You promised me everlasting.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon. Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
I mean, we can't do much about it. Good plan. Understand, I speak no normal wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements, if his last attempt is any guide. We cannot suffer history to be repeated. Yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? Though our plight cries out for action, we must take thought. As long as Leviathan remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none. Of that you may be sure. But Limlian herself would struggle to best the Lord of the World in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meat and matchwood of us. We need another plan. That much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. And they all disappear. To be honest, I was kind of hoping to fight Leviathan already, but nope, we must do more. So, Callie, given that you know where I am in the story, how far am I through it? Like when it comes, like the end of the credits that we saw, the end of original Realm Reborn, and the start of Heavensward. About where am I right now? I mean, I know I'm stretching this out a lot just because I'm doing other stuff at the same time. This is 2.2. You need to get through 2. Yay. You are expected in the command room. So how much time do you think that's going to take? I'm trying to get the timing down, because I in order to get the Pokemon stuff done before Gen 9 comes out, I have got to start it soon. But I want to get to Heavensward, and I want to unlock Machinist so I can use it and practice with it during that break. So when we come back to Heavensward, I already know what I'm doing with it.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Hearthstone, it was called.
Oh, she said Nosha. Have I not heard Lenoska pronounced before? Notice how I say Lenoska and not Lenosha. Suggest no more roulettes and I kind of want to unlock Sage. I kind of have to, honestly. Yeah, I'm going to do story and unlock Sage. That's pretty much what I'm going to do. Again, I can always go back and do it when we come back to this. Any kind of side stuff I can always do off stream or on stream later.
Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystal stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The Primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the Company of Heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told.
You mean the thing we used against Garuda?
If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
I remembered something.
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
I mean, we did a mission for this guy, right? That also involved Mistbeard. Pretty sure it's heavily hinted this guy was Mistbeard. Yeah.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
'Twill be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafirson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Yep, the other scions don't matter. Hey, Yugiri has the next mission. Beings held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come face to face with the Primal, I do begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. Hello. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judged it best that it be delivered at once. I'm listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. What? One of the company of heroes? The details are yet hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I'm disinclined to put any store by this claim, and even should it be true, it is as Yusola said. None save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. This man is of their number. What can he tell us that we do not know already? Oh, don't tell me it's going to be that one guy who kept calling Titan Titus. And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, Can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear it? The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on this supposed Primal Slayer's claim. Kinnison, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. The man you're looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet in Lower Lenoska. The Storm private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. Let's find out. So it's in Lower Lenoska. Yeah, that's probably faster. So, I need to get through 2.5, and I'm only on 2.2. Uh-oh. Well, worst case scenario, I have to take my break from this game before I get to Heavensward, we can switch to Pokemon and do that. Worst case scenario would be I don't unlock Machinist. Machinist being a long-range DPS, since I've been playing Bard a lot. What the? Oh. Cool. Instances. Meaning I wouldn't be able to practice with it during that time, during that break from it. But like I said, it's a long-range DPS. At the very least, I've had practice. Now, healing, I need to unlock, which is good that I'm unlocking Sage instead of Astro. Because I haven't healed in such a long time. Oh, look. Look who it is. What a waste of time. Now look here, you. You'll have your bloody story right after you carry those stacks of grain over to the mill. But sir, that's what you said before you had me pick those oranges for you. And before I mucked out the chocobo stables. And before I rolled out that millstone over to the mill. And also before... Gods, man, I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days! And do you hear me complaining? I suppose some of us just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright. I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said that old Tactome ain't a generous soul. Now prick up your ears, because I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, see? Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting, you can? The tale of Tactome's epic victory over the dread primal... Leviabetus. Leviabetus is huge, make no mistake. To give you an idea how big, each of its scales is about as wide across as me members long. And that's no mean feat, I tell you. Yeah. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Wow. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least. He even knocked me trusty axe out of me hands at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a grave mistake. What happened next? I woke up. Why, grabbing him by the tail and tied him up in knots, but not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I let my mates in the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest as well as heroic. Mayhap too modest. Now, there's something to say that never truly beat... there's some as say you can never truly beat Leviabetus. That you've got to learn to live with them and make the best of a bad situation. Not the company, though. It's you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention is all. I take back everything I said. I was never part of the company of heroes. I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. I'm chocobo dung. No, I'm the maggots you find wriggling in chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to tumble them, and that don't happen much. Remember's tiny. It's pathetic. I hate this guy. Sure as hells didn't fight Leviabetus, but I have seen him with my own eyes. 'Twas a fair few years back when I was working as a baker's hand. I was shirking me duties one day, loitering about the harbor, when I saw it. A great big massive sea serpent some malms off the coast, with a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. I was so bloody scared I soiled myself right then and there. What? Well, guys, I just remembered the day that made me soil myself all over again. Hey, wait. If you're asking about Leviabetus, it means you're planning to fight him, ain't you? Well, take care. He really is terrible. Dreadful, I tell you. If you're not careful, you'll end up in a gullet or at the bottom of the sea. What, you worthless lying horse son? I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung. Kinnison, this is Minfilia. Were you able to learn aught of use against Leviathan? Beg your pardon? Leviabetus? I see. That is unfortunate. At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you at the Moribi dry docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you are able. Ugh. You know, I'm gonna beat him up at Triple Triad. I'm gonna beat him up at Triple Triad. He's probably terrible at this too. Well, he has a bunch of 7s. I can't take that with anything. Well, I could do this, but he'll just take it right back. 5, 6, 7. Of course, that's a... Okay. Boo. Fine. Well, we'll bank on it. Why do you have all these cards? I win! And I got a Moogle. Ooh, I got a Moogle card! Yeah, I'll take it. No, I hit rematch. Why do you have, like, actually good cards? Makes me think about, whenever I played Final Fantasy VIII, whenever I'd fight somebody randomly and saw they had a really good card, I'd be like, yeah, I get to get that card. In this game, you can't do that. I wish you could get a card from beating somebody, but if it was only NPCs. Against people, you could just kind of cheat the system. But with NPCs, I think it'd be fair to be able to pick a card when you win. I'm told your jaunt to the the Grey Fleet provided fruitless. My sympathies, lad. I'll wager it served to take your mind off the events of recent days, though. But enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the World Leader, I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prodigious, tonsage? That's a new word for me. She has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention also that she is nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. The World Leader and her crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word and we shall bear you to Leviathan. Yes, please. Ah, I know that look. You are ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the Horror Leader may not be pretty, but I assure you she is capable. She has been fitted with what our friends at Naldic and Vimili are calling an elemental converter. Assuming this thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of its hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. Ooh, mechanic. It is expected that the Sahagin and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again deploy diversions. Thancred and Y'shtola, I would have you assist in this effort. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your diversionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. Do you want to carry or do it normally? I'll try it normally at first, I guess. We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sapsa, I dare say the Fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Thancred and Y'shtola, if you would join the Third Levy and Lady Yugiri V. What words have I for the man who has made a sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's, she said echo, I would echo the Admiral's sentiment and add a few words of my own. Know that we have all the utmost faith in you, Kinnison. May the crystal bless and keep you. What kind of fight is it? Do I queue for it with people, or is it like the Odin fight where it's just me? Horde leader hard, now accessible. I mean, if you want, you can still join, but... Where is that going to be? There it is. Oh, it's for 8 people. Okay. I mean, do you still want to join? Let's see. Can I not because it says, wow, hands, please. Oh, different character, okay. How shall I do this then? I actually don't know how to invite somebody through like a command. How do I forget how to do this. Player search. Oh, that'll work. Yay. 5 minutes. Well, while we're waiting. I could do this while we're waiting. Let's go to home. So I can set my squad to... I actually had a goal where I was going to attempt to get my squad of 8 people full... basically have it be nothing but unique outfit characters. But there's only 2 of each race. 1 male, 1 female. And I only have 1. And the chance of getting them is so low, it's going to take forever. I'd rather just get a balanced group going and have fun. And if I happen to get randomly one of the unique outfits, I can always kick someone out and put them in. But I should probably just go for a pretty good group right now so I can have fun with it. I've been ignoring it because I've been waiting. But... for instance, I have nobody. The one thing I am going to pay attention to though is I do want a nice diverse group, which means 1 of every race, but I can have 2 of them. I have no goal on that one. It's whatever I get. It gives me some wiggle room. My team right now, never mind. We'll take a look at that afterwards. I'm not going to spend too long on it because I want to get through more story stuff, but. Full party. Yep, it's a boss arena. Hey, Leviathan's just hanging out by himself. This gives me Final Fantasy X vibes. Oh no. Water balls. Couldn't you just make a giant, like, tidal wave to take us all out right now? I know they probably take time to build up, but I mean, just one that's big enough to take out the ships, I wonder. It's just me standing there. It'll be nice if Leviathan just stand there while we beat on him. RPG. Some fights are going to be super, like, action-packed, especially one like this. But in order for the fight to work in an RPG setting, kind of have to just have it stand still. Okay. Callie, where are you? There you are. I haven't done combat in a little while. But, I mean, today I've only fought like a handful of things, so I might be a little iffy with it. Ah. Ads, huh? I'm not even sure if I should be killing the ads or just fighting the big thing. Oh well, it's good practice for a harder version since I probably have to fight the ads. So. Oh, you can fight the tail. Not sure if I should do that, but...
The Reapers are here.
Hello. I'm fighting Leviathan for the first time. And I don't know what I'm doing. Also, I haven't played this game in like 3 weeks, so I'm a little bad. Yay. But how was, it says you... Well, it looks like that's broken. You're playing, we can check you out for some no-game mission time. I did have to change my program that does that, so I guess I have to fix that. I'll work on that tonight. Ow. Yep, ads. Yeah, how was your stream? What were you playing again? Since my auto shout out isn't working. Well, he's dead. Replicant. Okay. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Well, I'm still kind of learning how to play 14 and like also have a conversation, because when I do fights, I get a little like I'm honestly really bad at rotations in games. My hands are just dumb, and I'll find myself just doing dumb stuff. So I have to pay attention more. Yeah. We're just still in some Final Fantasy 14. I'm playing the story right now. I'm trying to get to the beginning of Heavensward, because I'm going to take a break from 14 and do some Pokemon stuff before Gen 9 comes out. I want to make a living dex. And I'm playing through Brilliant Diamond and Shield to get most of that done. I can't stream the DS games, unfortunately, but... Yay! So I'm kind of trying to get through the story as fast as possible. I'm not rushing it, just I'm focusing on it. Where are we going? I like the Bard's rotation because I like it. I like the Bard rotation because my brain gets it for now. I only had level 50 stuff. And like a few past level 50 that was free, like these things up here, but I'm also learning the hotbar. I try to organize my hotbar in certain ways, but it doesn't work for every class. Some classes have more single targets or AoE than others, and it messes up my organization. Being single target face buttons, extra single target up here, buffs, D-pad, AoE face buttons, and then debuffs of sorts. Those are on there still from doing levies. And then I have like bard stuff up here, but not every class works. You're like, I mean, I am not a fan of Black Mage. If I had to list classes I've played a little bit and just don't really like because of how they work, it's just not my thing. Black Mage and Ninja. Knowing your urgency a bit of your business, I thought it best to refrain from making conversation during your past few visits. But today I will permit myself a few words. I feel truly privileged to have had the honor of admitting a hero such as you. You're an inspiration to us all, sir. And on that note, the Admiral's waiting for you. Did he just wink at me? You do single target as one bar and AoE is another bar. Yeah, that's what I if anything, I try to keep single target on right trigger and AoE on left trigger. I definitely separate those.
And now I'm a robot. Yeah, I am, the way my class is working right now, I am maining Bard, but the lore of my character is I'm kind of like a jack of all trades, master of none, like Tinker.
Now I'm an evil drone. And, so I want to unlock Machinist as my main class. I know Machinist is considered kind of bad right now, but, I like it. I like how it works. That's not going to have much of an effect after the evil thing is on there, but... Now I'm an evil robot that has no color. I'm a 50s evil robot. Like from a cereal. So I've actually unlocked Gunbreaker as my tank.
Because, you know, it uses like some techie stuff like Machinist does a little bit. And then I have Red Mage as my magic DPS. Again, jack of all trades character. Red Mage makes perfect sense. My healer is going to be Sage because of just lasers go pew pew. And my
physical DPS is going to be Samurai. None of the physical DPSs really make sense for my character, but I figure Samurai works because I use a rapier as a red mage, and a katana is more like a skill finesse blade as opposed to brute strength, like something like a monk would be, or speed and agility like a ninja would be.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally.
Yeah. Well, compared to the other melee stuff I have to choose from, Monk makes no sense for my character. Ninja makes no sense for my character. Lancer really doesn't because, you know, big heavy spear plus jumping 100 feet in the air. A little too athletic for my character. I've actually been thinking of a secondary class for each type to use later. Like, Bard will obviously be my long-range DPS because Machinist. But Healer is going to be Astro because, you know, card battling. I mean, that kind of fits me. But melee, I can't really think of anything. Samurai was the closest I had. Plus, I like Samurai. I like its rotation. How's everyone been today? I am still feeling the effects of having COVID. That was a fun 3 weeks. I still have a cough, but I'm doing my best to suppress it. But yeah, other than that, I'm okay. See, I was thinking Reaper. I actually don't know the lore behind Reaper, but out of all the DPS physical like melee ones, Reaper kind of was probably the next best pick. Paladin is my second tank pick, meaning I strap on more armor, I learn how to use a shield, and I use the white magic that I have from being a red mage. I think that kind of makes sense. Now, if anyone's curious as to what, can anyone here guess the second magic DPS class I'm picking? There's not that many.
On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks.
Summoner? Nope. Thought about it, but I really don't like pet classes. I know they've simplified it, but I'm just not good at them. Even if the summon's like full on automatic now, so I don't have to use like pet stuff, but I've always been bad at doing that. Like any game that had like a pet class where I had to do both my abilities and the pet abilities, I just do it.
'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Also, Summoner is pretty magical. I went Red Mage because it's Jack of all trades, Master of none magic stuff. It fits the role of my character. Summoner is a little too magic heavy, so is Black Mage. Oh, there's one more. It's technically more than just a magic DPS. But it has Mage in its name, so I'm going with it.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East.
Ninja!
It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
Now, I did mention, what's his face? Man, I'm so bad at names. Thancred. Thancred's a rogue. Yagiri's a ninja. It's like, I wonder if Yagiri's could train Thancred to be a ninja, and then if Yagiri leaves to do something else and Thancred stays in the Scions, that he would just be the ninja of the group at that point. We shall see. Drawing a blank. It's I would say it's probably the goofiest class of the game. Just the way it works. And the fact that you can't queue up with it.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Yes. Also, how did this work if I was a ninja? What if my character was a ninja?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own.
Knight Commander Meredith? Ooh. Okay. Speaking of that, I am planning on playing Dragon Age somewhat soon. And yes, I am talking about Blue Mage. Look, Red Mage was the only magic class that fits the lore of my character. I could just go with Red Mage and Samurai and just call it a day with DPS, right? I don't need two for all of them. But if there was one that I could pull that worked, Blue Mage kind of works. It is kind of a jack of all trades class in the sense that you learn enemy skills that have multiple uses. It's kind of like a weird, like, well-rounded kind of like enemy skill, or just, well, a blue mage in any other Final Fantasy game. You can heal, you can do damage magically and physically. It kind of fits my character, sort of. I also kind of want to just do it for fun.
By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
Not me. M, I know you play ninja. At least sometimes. I am terrible at it. I mentioned before my hands are dumb. Especially with rotations and order of operations, basically, with abilities. I always do the wrong ones. I'll hit the wrong order and then have to waste it because it's like, that's not the one I want. I wish there was a button you could put on the hotbar for ninja, that when you do the wrong order of whatever they're called, I forget what they're called in this game, that you could just cancel it. Be like, nope, wrong one.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
Yeah, but again, when my option was leave it blank or that. That's why I did it. Which is why Reaper is probably the only decent option I have for a secondary melee DPS. And I might not even do it. Astro's the easiest pick for healing, because I was on the fence about doing Astro or Sage. Sage has the laser pew-pews that kind of fit my character's tech stuff, but Astro has the whole card battling thing, which I find funny. Because, you know, I used to play Magic and Pokemon, so... and collect them.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
Ooh, ninja pirates. Dual class.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course then, but know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us.
Who were you talking to?
When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
He doesn't, yeah, it's one of those moments where he's talking to the player. But if you think, it's like in a movie. Yeah, it's like there'll be moments where they're monologuing to themselves. They're doing it for the sake of the viewer. But if you think about it just in terms of like the movie world, they're talking to themselves. Ba-da-da-da-bum. The Admiral has informed me of the arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Yugiri. To the south lands a gate leading to a pier for smaller fisher vessels. Look for an inconspicuous Hyorin man there, and present the letter to him. He serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. Now before you go, I am obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity to which you would be introduced abide in the shadows of Luminson society. They value their independence more highly than pirates, and are united by a bond stronger than mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will get you only so far into their confidence. You must work for every ounce they trust they place in you. Here is the letter. Go to the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. Oh, and good luck. Good luck. Well, there's the whole thing of like, it's a sign that you're crazy if you talk to yourself. I do it all the time. It's just practice, right? But why? They're just fun-loving, honest pirates. I like the town. I like the layout. I like the fishing is here. That's the wrong way. Hello, inconspicuous man. Got business with me, Venture. Here you go. Oh, I'm gonna have to read pirate, aren't I? For whatever reason in this game, I can read Sylph speak and like Cobalt speak and Goblin speak more easily than I can read French accent speak and pirate speak. So you're the man the Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thancred too. Been a while since I saw his shite-eating grin. But with all that doe-eyed wenches about, I expect he got his hands full. This is not that bad. I'm talking like full-on pirate speak. Oh, it needs to be the Far Easterner. What Melbourne, Merlvin, pirate lady, says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa. I am Agiri of Doma. 'Tis an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when I first learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. Wait a minute. Aren't these the rogue people? Are they? It's been a long time since I did the rogue missions. You're not the first person to say that, lass. Lims is a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as my people and I keep to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business than we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose. I see. Know that the practitioners of my art too are denizens of shadow. It is in stealth that where our strength lies. There is much we might learn from one another, I think. And what are the seven hells are waiting for? You come with us, Yagiri of Do What's It? Alright, we can get acquainted in more private surrounds. Huh, that didn't come out right, did it? Master Kinnison, I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You've been a true friend to us Domans. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. Nod. Bum ba-dum bum. Yeah. Well, what's everyone's favorite town? My character, of course, since I'm an archer, is from Gridania. Me human, I would hate Gridania because I hate nature. I would like Ul'dah the best, probably. Not because I don't like Ul'dah because it's hot, but it's a town. It's just like, it's just Limsa. I don't really like the ocean. I've actually never been on a boat before. Knowing me, I probably get seasick. But I definitely would not like Gridania. It's just, again, nature. I just don't like nature. But as a character in the game, I like Gridania. It's nice and peaceful. I like it. Ooh. Yagiri, why does it? Okay, hold on. Why does that Lalafell look so evil? It's planning something. Yagiri has the air of a woman bursting with gratitude. Ishgard, is Ishgard Heavensward area? Like a design of Limsa, but like Ishgard the most, Maybe I'll like it too. Much and more has occurred since first I beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you over long. Doubtless you have pressing business of your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Minfilia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, Warrior of Light. No! Come back! Come back to us. Why did that teleport me over here? What the... I've also heard that Heavensward is the favorite expansion of a lot of people. So that'll be fun. I mean, it has my main class that I want to get, so... Doom, doom. What? Still have 3.5 bottles of water to drink today. Alright.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Ooh, Fenris voices here.
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
They're all dead.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
So the entire place is just gone. Well. Oh, these guys again.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
Politics.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Oh. So is this guy not the super nice guy that we thought he was? Was he being nice to the refugees because he thought he could get them on their side when he rebels? Looking for allies, potentially. Yay, achievement. Our friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. No, it avails us not to speculate. Ranger will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak of a different matter. One closer to home. It concerns etherical fluctuations, which we had previously attributed to good King Moogle Mog the 12th. That's that the wow. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have to thank you. Or to thank, whatever. Yet all is not well in the Twellswood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etherical disturbance of considerable magnitude. There may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Asilia, I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees, hailing from Ul'dah this time, are come to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. Oh, yep. They saw what happened and they were like, we can live here too. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present, they are in the 7th heaven, awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Asilia, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread, and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. Kinnison, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. Don't know what I'm going to do, but I will sing a song while you tell them no. Yeah, money. As we saw, the monarch isn't all powerful. She still answers to like the syndicate, like the council of rich people. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the 7th Dawn. 12 be praised, it is you. Ready and willing to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task and we'll see to it. Pray calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know not of your situation. Beg your pardon, antecedent, leader. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Ul'dah for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one that got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man. Not as wouldn't sully his soul sooner than his palms. Any road. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where. And when it came to me, Revenant's told. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So surely you do the same for us. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true that we accepted the Doman's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand that it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret that I must deny your request. But we've nowhere else to go. You're turning your back on us? Tataru, yay. If I might have a word. Tataru, is Audimus. Ill tidings from Ul'dah, my lady. Alphanod has been wounded. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the Flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seventh Hells. Now the Blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedents, please, if you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. My lady, we are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alphanod and quickly. If he is in danger or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Nod. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papa Limo will see to it. Alphanod is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Kinnison. So the question is, why is this happening? That one guy seems to be in charge, the guy who wanted the refugees to stay. Again, I'm assuming it's because if he got them to stay, they would have been added to his army of rebels to fight. Right? Because he was the nice one. He could give him a favor, you know, they kind of owe him. So at that point, it's like, join me in this revolution. But is he truly trying to start a revolution for the sake of the refugees to have a better life, or is he using them as his own personal army to gain more power? I'm assuming it's the second one. Knowing Ul'dah, I'm assuming it's the second one. He's using the refugees as his own army to stage a coup of some kind, and then he's just going to dump them. Or expect him to die off, probably. Alright, before I continue, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Well, first off, I'm going to finish drinking this bottle of water. Alright, that's 4. No, that's only 3. Never mind, I can count. That's 3 bottles, 3 more bottles to go. Also, bathroom. Need bathroom, too much water. How do I... Where's the break thing? There it is.
Nice to stretch the legs.
Favorite classes? Yeah, if I had to guess M's favorite class, I was going to say Warrior. More times than not, when I watch her stream it, she's a Warrior. Callie's, yep, Dancer. Callie, I would guess like maybe your second favorite class is White Mage? Although you just because you played a lot, but... I don't have a favorite class. I haven't even used all of them yet, so... Yay. I do like Samurai as a melee DPS. I like its simplicity. I like how it flows and its rotations and how the stacks work. I kind of like Bard too. And I like Red Mage. I was glad I was able to justify taking Red Mage with this character, because I like it. I mean, it also depends on what role you like the best. If you're a tank person, I'd imagine your favorite class is probably a tank. Oh, you don't look that hurt. You're fine.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well.
Ah, Dragoon and Reaper. Nice and easy. It's fun. Okay. I've played Dragoon. Up to level 50, I like Dragoon. But I was told that Dragoon, like to max level, gets a little button crazy. I'm worried about Gunbreaker, honestly. I know that Gunbreaker is kind of one of those things where on a controller, it's like, maybe you don't have enough room on your hotbar for everything. Now, from what I've seen, Machinist, being a long-range DPS, there's plenty of room on the hotbar for Machinist stuff. Which is good. I like that. But I've seen like a tutorial video for some pretty efficient ways to do the hotbar setups on controller. And Machinist, they even had like blank slots because there just was like, yeah, there's nothing else to put there. But Gunbreaker, it was completely full. In fact, I think they even left off a few things because they're just not that useful. Well, not so much button crazy. It's just it's hard to explain. I read like a description of how Dragoon works in the later levels, and it just didn't sound like my thing.
Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy?
At the bottom?
What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Ul'dans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
I mean, I'm sure the timing was planned. Ooh, earrings that I won't use because I have my cool Endwalker earring. Money. As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe this particular riot may not have been begun spontaneously. Have I piqued your curiosity? Good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I would hear what General Rauban has to say upon the matter. As much as I like my little koala on my shoulder, yeah, let me get a new one going. I don't have a lot of them. How about Dwarf Rabbit? Yay. I still need to buy the Tonberry. I have Tonberries on my other two characters. Gotta buy it at some point. Now, where am I going? Oh, wait, okay. Which Grand Company? This one. No, not this one. Gridania. My first character was My first two characters actually started in Ul'dah because of their classes. One of them I moved to Limsa, and the other I just stayed in Ul'dah. So I've actually had one at all three now. I actually like Limsa a lot because you can teleport right next to it. And the one in Gridania is pretty close to the big one in the center of the area. This one, I think, is the furthest walk from any... No, that's right. The crystal's right here. Never mind. Yeah, I guess Gridania actually has the farthest walk. Now is not a good time, Kinnison. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter with which we wish to discuss, General. Alphanod, back on your feet already? You may credit my swift recovery to your... Okay, I have no idea how to, like... Instead of surgeons, it's... chirurgeons. My mouth just doesn't want to say that. Doctors. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanalan. We have sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are damnably elusive. Chirurgeon. I will forget that in about 5 seconds. I can well imagine... This is how my brain works. I can well imagine, given that the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, not with butcher knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between the Ul'dah citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away. But would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who had not even a single gil to spend? Who could not survive without the aid provided by the immortal flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well. My point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now order must be restored. This is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon. I mean, he has a point. No matter what started it, they need to fix it right now. Although, of course, finding out what caused it would help that. But the general is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim without the necessary proof that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monetarists would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Kinnison. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation, independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may balk at a request for such information, but I've no doubt that you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? Nod. You look as though you have something to say, Kinnison. Do you? What you ask is no simple favor. With such information, Yeah, I read that weird. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there is wisdom in your words. An able individual may be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well. The Brass Blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades posted there. Okay, have a good night. Thank you for joining in the raid from M's channel. Oh, I wish I could use these. I wish I could use the cough drops I have left, but they just mess up my stomach too much. Again, being on keto made being sick worse. I should have just given up and been like, I'll go back on it when I'm not sick. That would have been so much easier. What? Hungry Hobble Dewey. Do I? Okay. Please, my baby brother will starve without something to eat. Anything will do, even the leaves of a cactus. Cool. That's part of the thing. A friend of the Sultanate, are we? I take it this means someone has read my report. Refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return. I am increasingly concerned that Zazawakas, that's gotta be a Lalafell, were correct. You haven't the foggiest what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka. He will explain everything. What brings you here, adventurer? A search for refugees? Well, then you've come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept their situation and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. The place is literally called Lost Hope. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like that merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. Merchant, you say? Where am I going? Do-do-do-do. Zazawaka. Oh, don't hurt me. I'm not one of them. I beg your pardon? You're not a flame? I see. If Leofric did bid you speak with me, then I take it you've agreed to help. Twelves be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames were on the march. The others have fallen under that fanatic's spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account and taking that which is owed, a childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Not that one of our idealists has returned. However, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent, and you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently, so traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I have no doubt that merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. Doom, you say? What are you doing? Don't draw. Don't draw. Don't draw. Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together. Then you'd be here with me, be here to soothe me. Why? Why did you have to leave and stay and leave me alone? Yeah, I still have it on my hotbar. Who are you? What do you want? Aye, it's true. I followed the merchant and made the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons, and that he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into two groups and sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs. Then they started arguing, and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting. And the flames were shouting to give no quarter, and... Oh God, it's the other group. They're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. The other refugees are hiding in the caves south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. A pox and all bloody sellswords. They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. And that figures. Oh, if only we had never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Though if they were forced to confront reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to combat and show my brethren that their strongest warriors are no match for one man. Mayhap then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. Beat him up. Got it. Somebody's already beating them up. Hello. 7 hells, they found us. Everyone, grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So that's your game, is it? Sorry to disappoint you, lad, but we're more than willing to kill you ourselves. Spawn 2 more of them. That's the wrong thing. Whatever. Yeah, I got him. Good. No, there's more. Kind of feel bad killing him. Am I done murdering them now? Good. You beat him like it was nothing. Thal Almighty, what are we gonna do now? I'm gonna help this person kill them because they helped me. Not like they need the help, but I don't know how long I'm going to stream tonight. I don't want to, like, overdo it on my first day back, meaning mostly my voice. In the past, when I've taken, like, a week or 2 off from streaming, and I come back and try to do, like, a normal length stream, it kind of ruins my voice. I honestly didn't talk that much the last, like, month, so... Like, I'd rather be able to stream 4 days this week, shorter, than do, like, a couple regular lengths and then just be like, well, I can't talk now. Especially since the anniversary week is coming up in 2 weeks. You returned. Did you find my brethren? What are the twins? What happened? I killed them all. I see. Well, you had no choice. Better that a handful of them take a beating from you than the lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Huh? Where else would he be? Unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others. The merchant wished to approach the refugees in Stone's Throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in pursuit of his futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him. Convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. It's in the same area, or... yeah, okay. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Yep, down there. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Did they ever introduce mounts into 11? I don't think they did they? I know someone who still plays 11. Besides having to rent the chocobo and then use the airship, that's about all you had. Even then it was annoying. You had to have the airship pass, which took forever to get. And then you had to wait for the airship to show up. You'd literally go to the airship and be like, oh, it's going to be here in 20 minutes. I guess I'll just stand here. And then you had to wait for the airship to get there. Ugh. They're mounts in 11 now? Have you seen my parents? They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man from Ul'dah. The man said they were going to change everything. Make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry. I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? I'm looking for that merchant. You mean the man who left my parents? I don't know where he is. Wait, look, over there. I think that's him. Mistrustful merchant. Well now, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? Probably not that one. You! Getting away! Go get him, mister! Beat him up. Isn't this where you deliver the donuts? Yeah, Papa John. This is where you get the mission to deliver the donuts. Oh. I've never had that happen. Is it only in Legendary or was it in the original too? Never had it happen. You again? Why are you pursuing me? Sedition, treason, revolution. That's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Ul'dah? You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None. No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. For the sake of argument, let's us say I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I I give a quick words arse about politics. It was business, only business. Uh-oh. Well, the person has a bow. Is this going to be an instance where this person gets shot before you can tell me anything useful? We both know I am not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. Here comes the arrow. Meow. What's all this commotion? Now, this looks really bad for me because I have a bow on my back. Now, if I was any other class, I could be like, what? He got shot by a bow. I have a sword. I have a bow. Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. Oh, they don't think it was me, even though I'm standing right here with a bow. I was expecting them to blame me. Old adventurer, I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. The man was responsible for the recent riots? Mayhap we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious that you are not the one we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. Oh, they trust me. Yay. Haha, joke's on them, I really did shoot him. Alright, where to now? Back to Ul'dah. Nope, do not leave the room. I do it every single time. Never mind, it's right there anyway. The one time I thought about it is when I actually do need to just leave. Up, up. What news, Kinnison? Where is the merchant? Dead. Murdered? Ah, damn it all to the seventh hell. He was not simply murdered, Kinnison, he was silenced. Too many knew his face and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Not to spare, though. Maybe closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. Money. The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you returned. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries, as well as the results of your own investigation. Master Alphinaud has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. You know what show I've actually been thinking about rewatching recently? It kind of just popped into my head, and I was just like, I kind of feel like watching it. The Expanse. Expanse is good. I actually rewatched some of the seasons in between the other seasons. But since the show is over, it could be a good time to just binge the entire series again. I want to get the books. I actually, I have a Kindle. I never use it. It's a crappy Kindle too. It's old and it's like the bare minimum, like version, so it doesn't work that well. The menus take forever to get through. But I actually am trying out this 3-month trial. It's called Kindle Unlimited, I think, or something like that, where you get like a ton of books and you can just download them and read them. Unfortunately, I found out after getting it, the expansion books are not on there. You know what it is? Lord of the Rings. I think I'm going to finally try to get through Lord of the Rings. I couldn't make it through Fellowship. I think I'm going to try it. We've been expecting you, sir. Please proceed inside. Give me that money.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
So here's the thing. It could be that the merchant Lalafell guy truly wants to help the refugees and is making them rebel for their own, good. However, I think he's too smart for that and too selfish. I'm guessing he paid some people to dress up like brass blades and kill a bunch of unarmed protesters to make it look like the brass blades did it. Then he went to the refugees and was like, we won't stand for this, even though he's the one that did it. Revolt. That sounds like something someone like that would do. like a conniving business person.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a PvP area, isn't it?
In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
Remember when I mentioned that the whole Realm Reborn story where they had Ultima Weapon, which was an old Allagan thing they dug up and used? I made it kind of a half joke, half serious, when I said, you know there's going to be another one that's found in an Allagan ruin, and it's going to be called Omega, and it's going to be stronger.
An Alagon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated.
Hey, look, I was right. I mean, that was an easy guess.
Alagon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself.
If you know Final Fantasy, it was an easy guess. A lot of the games have both, some of the games at least, have both Ultima and Omega weapon. 10 does, and they look the same too. They're actually very similar to the design in this. 8, I believe, had it. 7 was weird because of the whole, like, weapons thing, but I know Ultima Weapon was in the game. Was there an Omega? Emerald and Ruby were the secret ones. Diamond was the other one. There might not have been an Omega in that one. Huh.
If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cotonou Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon. One which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
So what should we do? Yeah, we could just kill him. If we can find him. I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they'll intend to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so, Lieutenant Shepard. Pray keep us informed of any developments in Carteneau. Begone, whelp! There's no place for children. You're just pointing at a crying child and yelling at them. I'm sorry. Oh, it's you again. I was looking for you, mister. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl? Yeah, kind of. So he visited Stone's Throw as well. I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look? Of course, but first I must needs finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me his secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Maybe you could wait for me by that pillar over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister, I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Mamodi will know what to do. Another legion of Garleans, an ether-starved primal, even dealing with an Ascian would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear Menphilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources, and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Oh, is Alphanod gonna call for Menphilia to be replaced? Can I second it, maybe? Kinnison, this is Menphilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation in the Twellswood has taken a turn for the worst. I will explain in detail once you arrive. Gotta go. The 12's wood and the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of Ixili activity, which leaves the Sylphs. Oh, is Rama going to be a thing? Yo, Kinnison, you know as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedent over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. Old man summon. Old man wizard. For every Final Fantasy that has summoning, has Rama been in all of them? Not 10, because 10 kind of did its own thing with some of them. Well, not really, because Ixion is from 6, so 6 has a lot of summons. If there's a summon in a Final Fantasy series and you're not sure where it came from, like if you saw that like, oh, there's like a summon in 10, I wonder if this is the first game it's been in. It was probably in 6. Valifor might be the exception. Obviously, Ifrit and Shiva are from almost all of them. Anima is only in 10. Magus Sisters are from 4 as an enemy. I'm not sure if they're in 6. I'm not sure what summons 3 has, like original NES 3. I'm not sure what summons they put in there. Summoner was really weird in 3 because it would either summon, you would summon a summon, but it would do 2 different things. It'd be like a weak version, a strong version, or like a healing version. It was a weird class. I wonder how the Pixel Remaster did it. It's probably the same as it was in NES, honestly. Maybe balanced a little better. It is a relief to see you healthy and hale, Kinnison. The latest news from Ul'dah was most disturbing. Yep, things are bad. Clearly, the only injury Alphinaud suffered was his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. The other Scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. Yep, it's the Sylphs. Come on, voice acting. Oh. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you. I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business, then. I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the primal Rama. But isn't Rama different? Like he isn't power hungry and I want to destroy everything? I'm sorry, may have? Then it is not certain. The Elder Seeks here informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no sign of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but that fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his most bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Rama is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the Touched Ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, 'twould surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon? You foresaw this eventuality and did not prevent it? Uh-oh. I told Papalymo I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Rama once right after the Calamity, but that was because the Garleans came trampling through the forest. And as long as Castrum Orient stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy, had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ul'dah drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. It's like the Sylphs perceived that this panicked migration as yet another invasion, and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the Kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for a primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without this civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Kinnison, through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, by one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past, not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Rama could be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can... Let us continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Rama's presence. The Elder Seedseer has requested your personal involvement, Kinnison. Pray report to Commander Helio at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow Scions will of course lend whatever support you require. Or I'll have to fight Rama by myself before they get there, like almost every other time. Being the hero and all. Obviously, this game only has one path. It brings me back to the idea that SWTOR does have a few things I like better than 14. Again, one being the ability for your friends to join you on your class quests, like your story missions. Obviously, the idea of having 8 different characters is also pretty cool. 8 different storylines, and being able to do them as light side or dark side. That's a lot of replayability that this game really doesn't have in the story. Also, a ton of voice acting in that game, too. Unlike A Realm Reborn. I've been told the expansions have more, but... yeah. But the idea that not all the characters are the chosen one. In fact, only really 2 of them are. The rest are just kind of, you just kind of do your own thing. I appreciate that. It's a very Star Wars thing, though. Obviously, all the movies are based on, like, Skywalkers, but a lot of the extended stuff, even stuff like The Mandalorian, it's just about a character doing their thing. And yeah, they're not the savior. They're not some big, powerful thing. I mean, Mandalorian gets his ass kicked several times. New. I feel like every time I come back to Gridania, there are bards playing. Again, would make sense considering this is where bards come from, in terms of where the class is, but... Lieutenant Shepard, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seedseer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic rather than martial skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nofuka's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the Lotus Stand. While I'm here. So who is on my team? What we got? We have the starting 3. This is my 4th person. I've always had these starting 3 people. I don't know if the 4th person is different or not. I don't remember. I then have a melee DPS, another healer, and a magic DPS. So we have female Hjor, male Lalafell, male Rogadin, and male Aura. We then have a male Elizin. Didn't have an Elizin yet. We have a female Elizin, so we have both male and female. That's already doubled up. And then we have a female Hrothgar. Or Rogadin. Said Hrothgar, didn't I? Rogadin. So we already have 2 Rogadins and 2 elves. Which means that last spot is going to have to be... Who's missing? Hold on. Hjor, Lalafell, Rogadin, Aura, Elf, Rogadin. We're missing something. Oh, Mikote. We need a Mikote. I also need a tank. Unfortunately, I don't know if any of the Mikotes you get start as a tank. I've had a list. We can always switch, though. At some point, you can buy the thing. Oh, by the way, someone mentioned that they could have sworn they used to be able to buy the thing that makes it more reliable for recruits. They could. I remember being able to buy the stuff to change classes. And I never got past a Realm Reborn. I think they might have changed something. Because I remember being able to switch classes with my current rank. So unfortunately, I need a tank to balance this out. We already have enough DPS, we already have enough healers, I just need a tank. Also, I think I read that the melee DPS is terrible. Unless they fixed it. Maybe the information I had was old. But apparently the melee DPS when you're doing like the squadron missions in dungeons to level up or just do whatever, they're not good. Their AI is dumb. Apparently the long range DPS is better, especially the mage one, because it has AOE moves and just spams them from a distance. What is this class? Thaumaturge. Yeah, we have a Thaumaturge and we have the Arcanist. Those are both good. I think they're considered good. But just because I'm kind of going a roleplay thing here, I like the idea of having a physical and long-range DPS as well as 2 magic. So I want my tank to be the other one, though. Not the Marauder, the Gladiator. Yeah. Hey, missed. So we just need to get one more person to be a tank. I need a Mikote. Whatever they are, I'm taking them. I can flip the classes later, maybe. Let's go ahead and throw them in a training thing. Oh yeah, one of these guys does have a unique... No, don't want to do that yet. One of my squad's people has a unique outfit. I just don't know who it is. I don't remember. It's one of them. It's not one of these 4. Might be this one. Yeah, it's her. She has the unique outfit. Yay. Again, I wanted to collect all, like 8 of them and have them be my own squad. It's taking too long. I only have 1. I'm just going to finish my squad, level them up, do missions. If I happen to do some of the weeklies and get a recruit that has a unique outfit, I will kick someone off the team. Basically, whatever race they are, I'll replace one of the existing ones so we keep the team nice and diverse. But yeah, I remember being able to change the classes of my people, but I can't anymore because I can't get the book for it. I don't remember where it is. Yeah, it's these. Yeah. I remember being able to get these, but now I can't. I'm not sure if something changed or what, but I know this is the farthest I've ever gotten in the story, so. Maybe I got it from a mission of some kind. Maybe I didn't buy it. Maybe I got it somehow. Possibly. Or was this the, near the concert place? Okay. What the? Okay. Yeah, the Scions have already arrived. How'd they get here before me? Oh, has anyone watched the new Lord of the Rings show? I know it's getting a lot of crap. What new show doesn't now? I like it. I'm liking it so far. Only 2 episodes in, but I think I can tell I'm liking it because I want to watch more. Like, I'm thinking in my head right now, like, man, I can't wait for the 3rd episode to come out. Like, I want to see it. That's how the only shows that have come out in the last several years that I've had that feeling of, like, I can't wait for the next episode. The Expanse, now Lord of the Rings, and The Mandalorian. That's pretty much the only 3 shows I can think of in the last, like, 5 or 6 years. Where every week I was like, and Star Trek. I do like the new Star Trek stuff. I actually really, my favorite of the new Star Trek shows, there's 4 of them going on right now. You got Picard going in its last season. It's going to be season 3. You have Discovery, which I think has gotten a lot better since the first couple seasons. I like it better now. There is Lower Decks, which is a great animated, like, comedy Star Trek. I like it. It has a lot of Easter eggs and a lot of, like, inside jokes. And then you have my personal favorite, I think, of the 4, Strange New Worlds, because it kind of feels like old Star Trek. Not you. There you go.
Scions of the 7th Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramu is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the Sylphs, too, have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramu is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided.
Yeah, that's good. Unlike in Limsa, where they're encroaching on the Beast Tribe's land, and that's why the Primals are a thing. In Gridania, it's a little more peaceful. At least with the Sylphs. Ixal, not so much.
Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a Primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations.
Do I get to talk to him?
The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramu himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples.
Nod.
You have my thanks.
Hold on. I want to see if the sylph continues. Okay, I was hoping the sylph would just continue to, like, do a celebration dance behind the whole time.
Pray make for little solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Alright. I am gonna go ahead and stop here for the night. Been going about 5 hours. That was to be expected. I was planning on the streams this week to be about 5 hours.